Oh, sorry, getting ahead of myself.
That's okay. President Corzo, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are here for our board meeting tonight, and we are calling to order at 5:30. We will be recessing to closed session to discuss Government Code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative Dr. Joan Rosas, employer organization SMETA, CSCA, and/or SMEA, and Government Code 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. If these discussions are not completed before 6:30 p.m., the closed session will continue following the regular meeting. Thank you. Everyone, we are reconvening to our regular meeting with nothing to report out of our closed session. And we will move on to our roll call vote. To our roll call, not vote. Trustee Chin.
Here.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And Trustee Corzo is present as well. Okay, moving on to approval of agenda, June 18th, 2020.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. Moving on to approval of minutes, June 4th, 2020, regular board meeting, and June 6th, 2020 study session budget.
I'll make a motion to approve both of those minutes.
I'll
Thank you,
second.
Trustee Proctor. Rebecca with the second. Trustee Hitchcock.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Chin, roll call vote.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me. Okay. Moving on to our recognitions. We'll begin with Foster City Rotary Club donations.
Yes, Peter, are you able to find Mark Watson and bring him up?
Yes, I will do that right now.
All right.
I do not see him in the list of attendees.
Do you want to wait a moment then, or go to the next recognition and come back? Because he was going to be here tonight.
If he's here, maybe we ask him to raise his hand. That might help us find him.
That would.
Okay, I'm not seeing a hand raised. What was his name again?
Mark Watson.
Mark Watson. Okay, we can move on to the next one, and maybe someone can try to contact him.
And then when he comes, we can slip him in. All right. So the next one then is a recognition of our retirees, and I think Sue Weiser is going to lead that.
Good evening. Board President Corzo, board members, staff, community members, and most importantly, our retirees. This evening, we will recognize 15 classified and certificated staff members who are retiring from the San Mateo Foster City School District this year, and they're able to join us tonight. Who would have guessed that we would be in the midst of a pandemic? School would close for the last 3 months of the year, and we'd be teaching and supporting students remotely from home. There have been long days, technology issues, worry about how some students were faring, on top of the day-to-day tasks at home. And through these unprecedented and challenging times, our retirees have exhibited resilience, flexibility, creativity, and the continued commitment to students and their education. The 1920 school year is in the books, and the day of your retirement is finally here. You will be missed, and yet we could not be happier for you and for what the future holds in the next chapter of your life. As a small token of our appreciation, a book will be donated in your name to your school. Thank you so much for your many years of service to all of us, and most importantly to the children in the district. Congratulations, and we wish you many years of health and happiness in your retirement. At this time, we will recognize individual retirees by school site. And when your school is called, site administrators will announce each retiree and say a few words. So at this time, I would like to recognize Abbott Middle School and Jeremy Packman, the principal.
Hello, Dr. Posis, trusted members of the board. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to join your meeting today to recognize our incredible Abbott employees, Abbott teachers, Abbott mentors. The first that I would like to recognize today is Ms. Catherine Ertl. Catherine Ertl, in honor of 19 years of public school teaching and 17 years of service to Abbott, her endless positivity and zest for learning has provided countless youth with the opportunity to grow in a supportive and loving environment. Her desire to learn was on clear display as this year went through, as she constantly sought to grow her technological awareness and lead her student in live meetings and recorded videos. She will be sorely missed. Do I go on to the next one? Okay. The next one is Miss Terry Louie. Terry Louie, an incredible administrative assistant, my partner in crime in the main office behind the scenes. In honor of 24 years of service to San Mateo Foster City and 11 years at Abbott, she's been a constant source of knowledge and a true example of excellence. The vacancy that she leaves behind may be filled, but her legacy will live on forever. We will continue to call upon her, I'm sure, plenty in the transition to come. She is incredible, and I wish her the best in her retirement. And lastly, Miss Deborah Torkey. Deborah, in honor of 34 years in public education and her 28 years of service at Abbott, she's been a constant source of inspiration to thousands of students and many teachers who had the simple privilege to call her a colleague and a friend. As one of our most beloved staff members, her legacy will live on at Abbott for many, many years to come. Thank you to the three of you for your incredible service to our community and school. Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Tremaine, who is the principal of the Annex program.
My apologies, just 1 second. Danielle, you need to unmute your microphone. There you are.
Okay, sorry, I dropped off for a second. Good evening, everyone. The Annex Department would like to recognize and thank Lillian Pilosoff for her sense of humor, for her love of cats, and for her dedication to serving our community, both in the Annex Department and in the Maintenance Department, and really anyone else who needed help. So we wish you the best, Lillian.
Next, I'd like to recognize Mr. Jaime Soria from Audubon Elementary School.
Is it Audubon's turn?
Yes.
Yes, okay, all right. So thank you. I didn't hear my audio feed, but I'm here on behalf of Audubon, and we want to recognize Dawn Tesarowski. She joined Audubon as a classroom teacher in 2004. You know, she not only taught with passion and enriching the lives of students and families, she also instilled in students the importance of giving back to the community. She's highly respected by her colleagues, and Audubon was lucky to have her, and she'll be really missed. So thank you, Don.
Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Heather Morgan from Bowditch Middle School.
Heather, I brought you into the board meeting.
I'm here. Okay. Hi. Sorry about that. I'm here to recognize Jim Remington. Mr. Remington has been a dedicated teacher to the students in San Mateo and Foster City for many years. He made his mark at Bowditch when he took over our closed circuit broadcasting class, which is called KBOW. And he developed it into a top-notch, polished, funny, and professional weekly broadcast. Sorry. We wish Jim the best, and we look forward to his return as a volunteer and a mentor to our broadcast journalism teacher that's taking over, and we'll miss you a lot, Mr. Remington.
I'd like to introduce Principal John Cosmos from Bayside. You're on, John.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to recognize Gwen Kresteller, who has been a para-educator at Bayside for 15 years. One of the things everyone knows about Gwen is her tremendous dedication and commitment to Bayside, to the students and the staff whom she served, again, all of her years at Bayside. So there's many things we thank her for, but specifically that commitment to the students and to the staff that she served. Gwen, you will be missed. Thank you for all of your contributions, and we wish you the very best in retirement. Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Driscoll from Baywood Elementary.
Now you're coming up.
Amanda, you're next. You're up.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to honor Liz Jordan tonight and congratulate her on her retirement. One contribution Mrs. Jordan made to Baywood is that she was instrumental in establishing a collaboration with 6 Seconds and bringing social emotional learning to Baywood. Her daily efforts during her 36-year tenure help students use information about their feelings to be successful learners. Congratulations, Mrs. Jordan.
Next, we have Principal Kenyatta Cook from Burrell Middle School.
Sue, hold on one second. I'm having a hard time finding Ms. Cook. I do not see Ms. Cook as a list of the attendees. Ms. Cook, if you could do me a
Peter, it's under SMFC Kenyatta Cook.
Ah, that's why. My apologies. Thank you. There she is.
Ms. Kenyatta Cook. Kenyatta.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me and see me okay? Great.
We can hear you.
All right. Well, I'm here. I've been here. Good evening. Thank you, Michael Lamb, for 29 years of service. As a social studies teacher, Michael has always been that staff member that you could turn to answer any historical question accurately. We also appreciate Michael's service outside the classroom. For many years, she ran our garden club. The club and our planters on campus will not be the same without you, Michael. Best of luck to you in your retirement. Enjoy.
Next, we have Miss Jeanette Ramirez, principal of Fiesta Gardens International School.
Hello, I am here to recognize Maestra Laurel Kress. And she is noted for being one of our founding teachers. And so, Maestra Laurel, we are very excited that you are starting on this new journey. Best of wishes to you. And we know that you're not leaving us completely because you're already asking, Jeanette, when can I come back? So, Laurel, we love you very much. And thank you so much for all of what you've done with our community and our families and us as the staff and myself. Thank you. Congratulations, Laurel.
Next, we have Mr. Patrick Hurley, principal of Foster City Elementary School.
Okay. My apologies, I'm looking for Patrick in the list of the attendees.
He's up at the top, he raised his hand.
There he is. Thank you, Patrick.
Mr. Hurley, Foster City Elementary.
Good evening. I am here to recognize Denise Edwards. Denise is known for creating a warm, welcoming, and magical environment for her kindergarten and TK students. And personally, I always think of Denise as keeping a really cool and calm head, and I will miss her wisdom and counsel. Denise, best of luck to you.
Next, we have Dr. Roses.
I'm sorry, Sue. I don't think I had a person.
Oh, okay. We wanted to go ahead and recognize Lana Fenich from Highlands Elementary. Lana has been a principal at Highlands and has done many, many good things for students, working closely with the staff. And we really have truly appreciated her work and her efforts. So congratulations, Lana. We're really going to miss you. Next, we have Mr. Christian Rubalcaba from Laurel Elementary School.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. And I am very proud and honored to honor our very own Ms. Liz Jacobs, who after multiple decades passionate service to the Laurel school community is taking on the next step into retirement. Liz Jacobs is noted for her advocacy and warm demeanor. One of the many key contributions that Liz Jacobs made to the Laurel school community is that she played an indispensable role in carrying out and sustaining a fruitful tutoring learning center to help some of our most vulnerable in their literacy development, and it is something that has continued to thrive as a program. You know, we will sorely miss Miss Liz Jacobs. Liz Jacobs, just know that on behalf of the Laurel School community, your service and your memory will live on, and we know that you will always be a part of us. Congratulations.
Next, we have Principal Elena Barrera Cruz from Sunnybury Elementary. Elena?
Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to recognize one of our very own Sunnybury educators, Lorraine Yamani. She has served our school for more than 3 decades in several roles. First of all, she has been a PE paraeducator, and she has also been a student supervisor. So she has worked with all of our students throughout the years, and she always has the students' best interest in mind while supervising them and supporting them in their healthy development, physically and also in their well-being. So Ms. Yamani, thank you for everything that you've done for all of our students at Sunny Bray, we will always remember you for everything that you've done, and congratulations on your retirement.
Next, we have Sarah Drinkwater for Turnbull Preschool.
Good evening. I am happy to share congratulations to Hugh Kim Vuong, known as Teacher Kim. So Teacher Kim, on behalf of Turnbull Preschool Programs, they would like to acknowledge and thank you for your 17 plus years with the district. And Teacher Kim is passionate and committed to the happiness of the preschoolers. And as they began their school careers at Turnbull with the San Mateo Foster City School District. So congratulations, Teacher Kim, and the best to you in your retirement. Thank you.
So congratulations to all of our retirees. We are going to miss you, and thank you so much. And you will have a lasting impact in our schools. Thank you.
I don't know if at this time we see Mark Watson. Do we see Mark? Maybe he thought we started at 7.
Was somebody able to call him or text him?
I don't have his direct line. Well, maybe we can just keep watching.
Okay. In that case, we will move on to public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes. And again, this is for non-agenda items.
Okay, at this time, again, as the President Corzo said, if those who would like to make comments, please raise your hand using the Zoom functionality. And again, these are for non-agenda items. Okay. All right. First person we have is Kameswari. If you could introduce yourself, I'm about to bring you into the meeting. Okay, you are still muted, Kameswari. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Okay, it looks like that might have been a mistake. Her hand, his or her hand has been lowered. So let's go to the next person. Lynn Duncan, I'm bringing you in, and then Kendrick C., you'll be next. Lynn, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Lynn. You have 3
Great.
minutes.
Thank you. And can you see me?
No, just audio for right now.
Audio. Okay. I'm a parent of an 8th grader at Bayside Academy. Just finished 8th grade yesterday. My child was awarded a Superintendent Scholar Award. I want to thank Dr. Rosas for recognizing my child in that regard. My child has multiple disabilities. Dr. Rosas is intimately familiar with this, having spoken with our physicians since 2016. My child has a 504 plan that needs updating, and we have repeatedly met with the 504 team over the phone in these last several weeks. And yet tonight, and it was supposed to be ready for signature tomorrow by the district and by those of us on the 504 team. And Susie Riley, who has been the designee, designated as such by Dr. Sarah Drinkwater, was told by Sarah Drinkwater today that it is illegal for Susie to sign the document. And it leaves my child, who will be attending DTEC in August, whenever school starts again, up a river without a paddle because we have an obsolete, not updated 504 plan, and nobody will step up to the plate and raise a hand and say, yes, I am the district designee who will sign it. Dr. Sarah Drinkwater has given Susie Riley all of the responsibility for being the designated 504 plan team member and none of the authority. She has set Susie up to fail. Susie's been terrific. And at literally the 11th hour, we are left without a 504 plan. I feel I will have no recourse but to call the Office of Civil Rights, Department of Education again, which I don't want to do because this should be a reasonable, lawful thing that you and I and the rest of the 504 team ought to be able to accomplish. And yet again, and Dr. Rosas is so familiar with all of the problems that we've had with this district. Again, at the 11th hour, my child is being harmed. My child is being disregarded. My child is going to the bottom of the list that she has been able to succeed and be named as a superintendent's scholar. Straight A's for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade is no thanks to any of you. I want to know who is going to step up and be the signatory on my child's updated 504 plan. Hello?
Thank you, Lynn. The board cannot address particular comments at this time. But
Dr. Rosas is there. She is on the board.
Lynn, we heard your comment. We hear your concern. This is not, public comment is not meant to have a back and forth dialogue. So we will have our staff reach out to you directly.
Your staff already reaches out to me. Dr. Rosas, Dr. Rosas, you need to call me. Nobody will call me. Nobody will talk to me. I'm forced to attend a meeting at whatever time it is, o'clock, just to get your attention and say, stop breaking the law and stop discriminating against my child and get this 504 signed. You cannot, not one of you can pass the buck. Not one of you.
Thank you, Lynn. I'll give you a call.
Who is that?
That's Joan.
Thank you, Joan. I'm available at your convenience anytime. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay. Kendrick C.
Hi, my name is Kendrick Chung, and I'm a 6th grader in the GATE program of Bayside STEM Academy, and I would like to share my experiences with the technical issue during the distance learning. Due to this technical issue, which was an error with my Google account sync, the work that I turned in on Google Classroom did not transmit to the teacher's side. I was notified by my math and English teachers about this, but I never received any emails or concerns from my science teacher, Mr. Luperini. When I tried to look for my work, I forgot that it had completely disappeared, and I found that it had been completely disappeared and couldn't be recovered through the document's history. Due to this problem, I had to redo my work multiple times until I found and fixed the problem last Monday on June 7th. I know it's hard to believe that my work done through Google Doc and Drive kept disappearing, but when I looked it up on Google support, there were messages posted by other people who have had the same situations. When I discovered that my teachers did not receive my assignments on May 21st, I began to reach out to my teachers about this technical issue and ask for help and look for a solution. On June 1st, my science teacher stated that he would not be accepting work before June without notice in advance. I reached out to him and asked for an extension so that I could have a chance and some time to redo my work that I lost. But all he said was that my situation was unfortunate and he would not accept late work. And he responded without a solution. On June 5th and June 9th, I emailed my teacher again for help and guidance for late work and hoping to get a passing grade. However, the only response I received was that he would not accept any late work. Due to the lack of support from the science teacher, I asked the principal to help talk to the science teacher and seek a solution. Meanwhile, I was focusing and working for 12 hours a day for the past week, redoing and turning in my work for other classes while I was waiting for my science teacher's reply. On June 15th, this Monday, I received my science teacher's email at 2 p.m. saying that I had to turn in all of my late work on the same day. He was basically asking me to turn in 6 weeks of work in less than a day without any notice in advance. Please keep in mind that I also had to continue doing work for other classes at the same time. I completed about half of the work by working 13 hours a day, and I emailed my science teacher for a 1-day extension, but he refused, saying that there would be no extensions. He told me to stop redoing the work, saying that the situation was due to my, quote, poor time management. The next day, I tried my best effort to work another 13 hours to submit all of my work. My principal had asked...
Kendrick, I'm sorry, but you have spoken for 3 minutes. Can you please wrap up?
Okay. I hope someone can help look into this issue and maybe contact my science teacher.
Thank you, Kendrick, for your
Thank
comment.
you, Kendrick.
Yeah.
Can we have your last name too, just for the record?
Chung.
Thank you.
Okay, Leila Leidecker, and then Julie MacArthur after that. Leah?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I do actually want to address the subject of school in the fall and the lack of parent collaboration that's been happening with all of these plans. I realize this is not, the time of the agenda, but there seems to be absolutely no time for this whatsoever, which is why I'm surfacing it now. Our kids need to be in school. Our parents are not teachers. These plans are setting us up for failure, and they absolutely need to be adjusted per Dr. Morrow's most recent health order.
Okay. Thank you, Leah. All right, Julie MacArthur.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I want to first say we made it. We did it. We survived the 1920 school year. If we were in person, I probably would have done this a little while ago, but I want to share with the board that once again this year, SMFCSD has recognized students in our community who are caring and compassionate, to demonstrate empathy and kindness, who are upstanders and stand up for what is right, with the SMFCSD Social Justice Award. This year we recognized about this year we recognized around 22 fifth graders and 8 eighth graders who demonstrate the values of unionism, including the social justice component. So I want to acknowledge them for the work that they did, and thank you all for continuing to do the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
And I just want to remind folks one more time, if you are speaking to an agenda item, please wait until that agenda item comes up. Thank you.
Okay. Karen BH, I'm going to bring you in, and then after that, it looks like Shannon Templeton will be afterwards. Karen?
Hi, I'm Karen Bowen-Henroyd from College Park and also Para. And my item is, I just have, because we're moving and we've gone through all of this distance learning and transition, I would just like to possibly bring up the possibility again of having the 4th and 5th grade GATE students, instead of being at College Park, moving to Bayside under their umbrella, because they do have the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students there, and kind of putting them in a place where they're going to be able to grow for 5 years instead of 3 years and make that nice, easy transition for families. So that was the first one. And my second comment has to do with the technology. So I want to thank the district for giving the students as many technology resources as they could. I know it was a really huge task to get Chromebooks to all the students and hotspots and make that available to them. Along with that were the accounts. And we've had a few issues with students because of the way that the accounts are set up and the conventions for passwords and naming. We've had students who were able to figure out each other's passwords, and in that process kind of play around with things that they should not have. So we just ask that, if there's a way in the future, kind of keep a heads up. And along the line of technology is, before we start the next school year, if there was something that the district could put together on digital citizenship, because when we pushed into the DL scenario, everybody all of a sudden is using resources and they're online and they're watching people in their houses. And I don't think the kids realize that everything they do, whether they think it's going to be for 30 seconds or they don't know that whatever they present online, whatever they say, whatever they show, is really there almost for eternity. And that kind of recognition for kids and parents and teachers and even the people in the background of your house, who you see, can impact things. So if there's something that the district can do, that would be really awesome. But again, thank you for everything that you guys have done. I know it's been a huge undertaking, so we're here and we've gotten through, and now it's time to move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, we have Shannon Templeton and then Mary C. afterwards. Shannon?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, so thank you guys for being there. Thank you for continuing to power through such a weird time. I just have a couple of comments. I see on the agenda that you will be addressing additional meetings about planning for the fall. I have a 3rd grader, going into 4th, going into 2nd, and a 3-year-old. I've had several dealings with the district and have never had the best experience. I seem to get a runaround for basic answers to questions. And I would just implore you guys, as especially any of you that are parents that would understand what parents are going through, that you guys would consider involving parents a lot more than you do, not just in planning for the fall, but in the day-to-day. It feels like they're, especially even on the school level with teacher, parent, there's a lot of disconnect between parents and the school and parents in the district. I hear it from every parent that I talk to, everybody agrees with it. Every teacher that I talk to, everybody agrees with it. And my husband works for a union. He's the steward he does their contracts. When contracts come up, it's us against them. How can we get the most? How can we take away the most? And everybody goes forward with their biggest plan because they know that some is going to get taken away. And it sort of feels between the school district and parents and teachers that there's a disconnect that way, that we are doing what we're doing, period. You're here to listen, I appreciate it, but it doesn't feel like I've had quite a few dealings with the district, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of openness, that there's willingness for parents. And I even suggested it when I talked to the district, and they said, well, that's a great idea, call your principal. Then I talked to the principal, that's a great idea, talk to your teacher. No one wants to step up and say, okay, this is the next generation. These are our children. I would ask you guys, especially planning for the fall, I haven't understood from the beginning how there's not a parent board that can talk. We're expecting thousands of parents to quit their job so that they can accommodate having their kid home. And I know that it's not the rules that you're making up, but by all means, there should be some kind of a much larger role than there is, than us having to come to a virtual board meeting and give our comments. It's not too late for you guys to have some kind of parent involvement. And I understand that that gets very tricky, and parents, there's a lot of strong opinions, but these are our kids. We're handing them off to these teachers for the day. So I would ask that you guys take into consideration to have much more, not just for this, but especially for this, because this is a whole new situation that no one's ever dealt with. But down the road, that somehow you guys make it a priority to bridge the gaps of parents, teachers, and districts. And that's all that I had to say. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Shannon. All right, Mary C., and then afterwards, Jennifer Criscal. Mary?
Yes, hi. I have a 6th grader going to 7th at Bowditch, and I want to echo the last speaker. What I want to say is I hope that the teachers are held to more accountability. I've had 2 teachers who did not show up once during distance learning, not once in 3.5 months. All it was, homework is sent, you're expected to do it, and then they get a grade back or not get a grade back. And to me, that is very unprofessional. They're taking a paycheck and literally not working. So as we go into fall, I hope that and I did email the principal and the teachers, and it was talk to the teacher, and there wasn't really much done about that. So I hope that as we approach fall, that there is some sort of accountability and some due diligence to make sure that the teachers are online and that they're teaching. So that's comment 1. Number 2, I was on a district PTA or county PTA meeting yesterday, and they mentioned about the survey of students who opt to stay home for distant learning this fall, and the number sounds quite low, between 10 to 25% at the most. So I don't know if our survey is going to reflect something similar or higher, but I just think that it's really strange that it's that low since we don't have a vaccination, and I'm surprised that that many people will want to go to school at this point. Again, I really hope that the board can work with the principals and make sure that the teachers are actually doing their job this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, Jennifer Cristal, and then afterwards is Pamela 18. Jennifer?
Hi, yes, I have a child at Burrell Middle School and also another one at Highlands Elementary. And I want to thank you for putting together a parent survey earlier this year to determine how things were going with distance learning. And I'll save my comments about that distance learning response for later. But I did want to address the fact that I don't believe the board ever discussed the results of that survey. And I, as a parent, would like to see the aggregated results. And I've sent a letter to David Chambliss and to Dr. Rosas, and I'm happy to put it into an official Freedom of Information Act request. But I think parents deserve to know what was said and how distance learning went as a whole, particularly because we haven't been included in the conversation so far, and yet we are going to carry the bulk of the load at home. And particularly next year, regardless of what plan you choose, at some point we'll end up in distance learning again, and I don't feel confident that there's an assurance that we're going to have equity in teaching time across school sites and for kids across grades. So please, I'd like someone to get back to me and answer that question about when those results will be released. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, Pamela 18, bringing you in.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you,
Great.
Pamela.
So some comments and items that I would like to put under your purview. And first of all, thank you. I know that everyone is working under very extreme circumstances. But I do want to call to your attention, culturally relevant content within the district that is not necessarily implemented by all teachers. It's just implemented by some teachers. And I think that given, you know, the current circumstances that we're facing right now as a society, but also globally, it is time to be more effective and act on those types of different nuances that could really make a difference to teaching our students and also enhancing their perception of themselves as well as the perception of others, and to fight really this racism that's going on systemically, but also overtly within our world ultimately. Another thing that I'd like you to also consider is a reflection and an action on your systemic tracking that is occurring at the middle school level, but also at the high school level. Now, there are students that within your district are benefiting, and those students tend to be mostly white Asian students, more affluent students. And this isn't a new thing, you know, this isn't something particularly new to San Mateo Foster City District, but it is something that you can tackle within your personal purview that you hold within, you know, the capacities that you have and the decisions that you make. I think that you need to be bold right now and act accordingly. Otherwise, we are going to be voting accordingly, and you know, different people are going to be put in positions where they can act in a more structured and systemic way to help all students get equitable education, not just the very few that have benefited years and years and years and years. Another thing, and I know you're going to talk about this later on, but this is decisions around technology need to include working class parents. There are so many parents that are essential workers within the district that are not getting the services that they need because they need to work and can't advocate for themselves for a lot of various reasons. But the school district needs to provide that support in a systemic manner, especially if we are going to go into the fall looking at a sort of similar structure where we're dealing with technology and also students being at home. Now, I know that, you know, some of you are just in the position of power as of recently, but it is something that you all need to think about and reflect as we continue to move forward in these times of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Okay, Stephen Schultz. And then Randy Painter.
Oops.
Stephen?
I'm sorry. That was an accident.
Okay.
Apologies.
Okay, Randy Painter.
Hello, good evening. I just wanted to bring back an issue that I brought forward before the board. This was back in December of 2019, and this was an issue that was on the consent agenda. And I brought this up, I followed up by email, and I think that now in light of you know, just the political times, it might be worth revisiting, and hopefully that you'll find some time to examine it again. And this was the revised policies that were presented. And this was the issue about questioning and apprehension by law enforcement of our students that are K-8 students. And this is really what the ACLU of Northern California has made a statement for these standard wording that our school district has adopted. And you know, I sent you the recommendations for how that can actually protect our students as opposed to subjecting them to law enforcement questioning without a parent present. You can go back and listen to my statement. I'm not going to repeat the entire thing here. I can send that to you again if you would like. I would also like to just repeat the several times that I've heard President Corzo bring up the interest and the need really for examining the effectiveness and the need for student resource officers in our middle schools. I think now is a time to do that. I think this is, I think it's really timely. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Randy. Okay. Elizabeth?
Hi there. Thanks so much for letting me speak. I'm assuming you can hear me. Can you hear me? Oh, good. So I've got to say, I've got 3 kids in the district, 2 at Burrell and 1 at Highland. And I've got to say, I'm really, really struggling with distance learning. I just cannot believe the lack of active instruction that my kids are receiving. And it's across the board. I mean, there's a couple of teachers here and there that are doing a lot of instruction, but for the most part, it's very, very minimal. And I'm trying to understand why that is and if that's something that we should expect going forward in the fall. I did do some research. I know that there are standards for active instruction minutes per year for the 180-day school year. And when I did the math, it's basically 3 hours for what my daughter was, and then 5 hours a day for my other 2 kids. And there is no way that they're receiving anything like that. I mean, it's maybe an hour a day. So I just want to understand how that works and how we're complying with what I understand to be the law. And so I'm actually going to follow that up, and I would like to get an answer. So I'll write you guys about that, but it's a major concern for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, seeing no further public comments on non-agenda items, we will be moving on to, oh, I'm sorry, let me read this. Public statements related to agenda items, persons will be called on at the appropriate time. And we are now moving on to Foundation Committee reports. Any Foundation Committee reports?
So I will start on since our last board meeting, we had a DLAC meeting on this last Tuesday night where we got a preview of the fall opening plans and started to vet it from a DLAC perspective. We also had a labor management initiative meeting yesterday afternoon, which we also did the same thing in terms of the fall opening plans and sort of vet it, introduced it to the principals and the teachers in the LMI program. And so we sort of vetted it that way as well. And actually, I should say that we've had actually 2 LMI meetings. So it was, this was the second one. We had another one the week before. So LMI, in terms of the fall opening, has met twice since our last board meeting. We also had a polling meeting, a bond polling meeting that took place. Trustee Proctor and I were in that meeting to discuss the possible, or to discuss the polling that we will be conducting over the next 2 or 3 weeks to determine whether or not there is an appetite for a bond this November. Lastly, what we had, well, there was a San Mateo County School Board Association meeting this afternoon, which we talked about, which I think everyone here was at, in terms of fall opening again. And then we had a Sanctuary Task Force meeting also about 2 hours ago, so, or 4 hours ago. But we talked about a number of different things there as well. So overall, in terms of the task force and liaison groups that I've had, it's been pretty active, mostly regarding the fall opening plans.
Thank you, Trustee Chen. Trustee Hitchcock?
Yeah, hi. The PTA Council met for the last time this school year on Monday. And, you know, they made it through, helping and dedicating their time to our district in this very interesting time. And so, you know, I just appreciate their volunteerism and their caring. And I believe we're discussing when the next meeting would take place. And then CDAC held its meeting. And just to kind of reiterate from last meeting is there are 4 areas of parent engagement regarding the recommendations from the special education audit we have. It's inclusionary practices, communication outreach, parent education, and CDAC development. The idea and hope is to just, it's very much encouraged for representatives from across the district. So please check out the website and learn more about the impact each group will have on improving our special education program.
I went to the communications meeting that was, I can't remember what day now, but we talked about summer communication and how normally during the summer what communication looks like and what it will look like this summer. And so there were some creative ideas that were sent out because normally like TK and kindergarten students or even incoming 6th graders might have already done a tour or visited their campus. And so one of the ideas was finding out how we can introduce those students to their new school and welcome them. So one idea was maybe that principals can do a little virtual video tour, or also sending out information regarding how kids can be ready for school by learning the proper hand washing techniques or wearing their mask and things like that. So anyways, that's still in discussion. So continue to look over the summer for communication, and we're hoping to keep it consistent and something that everybody can look forward to.
Okay, I can share. We had an equity task force meeting last week where the district was able to provide some updates around kind of where they were with distance learning plan, so that the task force could, provide suggestions, et cetera, coming from equity lens to ensure that those the things that we've been discussing in that context would be incorporated. Trustee Corzo and I were able to give a bit of a kind of board update, some of the things that we're prioritizing, focusing on upcoming sessions, et cetera, so that they're in the loop. And then folks had an opportunity to meet in small groups, just to continue to provide sort of feedback in some of those fall opening areas that kind of relate to the general areas that the group is working on anyways. And so moving forward though, they will be returning to kind of their core areas of focus, because each of the 3 subgroups was pretty close to district recommendations for next steps on staffing, instruction, and LGBTQ plus issues in our district. And so hopefully they will come be able to finalize those recommendations at our next meeting. We scheduled a meeting for next week, actually. So we're picking up the cadence a little bit because folks are really interested in kind of moving forward and getting to a place where they're able to provide recommendations, and so we can continue just to push forward with some of those things. So you should expect to be hearing more from them soon.
Thank you, everyone, and I'm sorry if you hear my dog whining in the back. I will just add, several of our trustees already updated us a little bit on meetings that I was participating in as a liaison. I'll just speak a little bit more to our sanctuary task force meeting and say that that group is taking a good look, or beginning to take a look at some of the issues that are affecting our students, both in and out of our school district. So larger issues like police brutality and things of that nature, as well as beginning some advocacy around support from our county around housing for our families that are struggling with many different things right now. Shar gave a great update about the Equity Task Force, and Ken also summarized our DLAC, so I will end there. And on to our announcements.
Actually, if you take one moment, we have Mark Watson. So I was wondering if we could slip him in at this point. He was our recognition earlier.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on one moment. I made a mistake. Okay, Mark, we brought you into the meeting.
Okay, before Mark begins, I did want to share with everyone that it is with a great deal of gratitude and respect that I thank the Foster City Rotary for their donation toward our meal program. And tonight, Mark Watson will present the board with this much appreciated donation. So I'd like to invite him to speak and present.
Mark, your microphone is muted.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can. Thank you, Mark.
Hi, how are you all doing? Thank you for letting me come by tonight, and just wanted to say thank you to Superintendent Rosas for keeping our club informed throughout the year about Beach Park Elementary and all the ongoings with the school district. And then she had identified a need of feeding the kids, students and non-students outside the school system, and that there was a lack of funding. So our club got together and decided to contribute $3,200, or the equivalent of one day's funds for the kids from Foster City, who the school district so generously feeds. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to contributing to that. I hope you put the money to good use. And I really like our club and the district to be partners in the future on working together to improve education here in Foster City. Just want to mention as an aside, we just gave some scholarships to Bowditch Middle School students that grow every year and should produce them $2,000 by the time they graduate from Bowditch as well. So we're trying to do everything we can just to help support the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate your generosity and partnership, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on to announcements. Trustee Chen?
The only announcement I have is, and I know we've got all these emails that we received, but I wanted to just announce it publicly. We did get an email from the San Mateo County Office of Education. They launched a San Mateo County major teacher training program for online education. And so I know that there are a number of teachers on this call. And if you haven't received the email or you didn't know about it, please go to the San Mateo Office of Education's website, because they are doing, I think, every week additional online training for distance learning or online education.
Thank you, Trustee Chen. Trustee Hitchcock, any announcements?
If you're interested in it.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
I actually was going to kind of say exactly what Ken said, is that there's a lot of resources in place now that teachers can, if they want to, kind of just look into regarding that. That's all.
Thank you. Trustee Proctor?
This is just a general announcement that June is LGBTQ Pride Month, and both Foster City and San Mateo have both celebrated the month by raising the flag, and so I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Pride Month as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Trustee Watkins?
One brief announcement for those that are not aware, tomorrow is Juneteenth. And for those that are not aware in terms of the significance, Juneteenth it was June 19th in 1865 when slaves in Texas were informed of their emancipation. This was 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation actually went into effect, but it was when they were actually freed. So there are lots of events and activities going on all across the Bay. I don't have them pulled up right now, but would encourage folks, if that's something of interest, lots of family-friendly events, in addition to continued protests and gatherings and those types of things that are occurring. So just wanted to make that announcement.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. And I do not have any announcements at the moment. So we will move on to our superintendent report.
Actually, this evening, the majority of the report is truly in the fall reopening plan, so I'll save it for that time.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. And we are moving on to our proposed consent agenda. And I believe we do want to pull some items from that.
Yeah, so I would like to pull 6.2.1 as well as 6.3.1. I have a comment on another subset, so I'm happy to make a motion for the rest of them unless other folks have ones to pull or there's any public comment. I'm happy to make a motion and just give my comment on those items with the motion. Does anybody else have anything?
Let's see if anyone wants to raise their hand on something really quickly.
No, it was a little bit hard to hear. It's hard to hear you, but I think what Trustee Corzo shared is that if there's public comment, please raise your hand now on any of the consent agenda items. Okay. I'm not seeing any. So I will make a motion. Let's see here. To approve the consent agenda without 6.2.1, without 6.3.1, with the comment on 6.3.2 through 6.3.4, which are around our nutrition services contracts and our food services. This is an item that I would like for us. I don't want us to do it now. I know that we have a lot going on with fall reopening, but I would like for us to really take a close look at, as a board, in terms of just our food services and kind of what we're providing for kids. I know our food services team does a lot of work to ensure, obviously there are many different constraints when we think about that. But I'm really, I do believe access to high quality food is absolutely an equity issue, and would love for us to really think about ways, for example, that we can partner with local farms, something I know that some of the things that we're already looking into, but would like for us to agendize this for spring as we look into the next school year as something to look more deeply at. So that's my comment on that. And then with that, I make a motion to approve without 6.2.1 and 6.3.1.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Trustee Hitchcock with the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Thank you. And a yes from me as well. So item 6.2.1, I believe.
I wanted to pull 6.2.1. This is around our instructional minutes. And our district policy currently is such that there are minimum instructional minutes that need to be met across the state. But then school calendars or instructional minutes are also then established at each school site, which means that we have certain school sites that our minutes vary by school site. So some which are above the minimum, some which are at the minimum, which again, notice a theme in a lot of my comments, to me is massive equity issue. And I don't feel like I have enough information right now in terms of what those minutes look like across our sites. And so I am recommending that this comes back to us with additional information about what instructional minutes look like across sites so that we can be really clear around what that looks like in making a decision about whether or not we want to continue with the practice of schools identifying their instructional minutes, or whether or not that's something we want to look at standardizing across our sites. So I don't know if other folks have thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this popcorn style. Feel free to just unmute yourself if you would like to further discuss this item.
I don't have discussion and comments other than I look forward to that being an agendized item.
Same here. I would like to see that information as well.
Thank you.
I would agree. Same thing. I would love to hear a little bit more about it. I'm just wondering, in terms of the timing of this item, is this an item that we have to report back to the state in a certain time, or do we have time to come back and hear this? I guess this is a question to Dr. Roses.
And actually, I'll turn that over to David Chambliss, because David would know what the parameters of that are. That comes from his office.
Sure. Good evening. Yes, if we, you certainly have time to reflect on it. If we have the opportunity to do so in July, we'll still meet, any requirements from the state around it.
Thank you. And great. So we have a couple board meetings coming up, and we will discuss and see how we can bring that back for more information. Any further comments?
So we're not.
We need do we need a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually see some hand raised for public comment. So yes, let's get back to our regular routine of questions, public comments, and discussion.
Okay. We have Randy Painter. Randy?
Hi, thank you to Trustee Watkins for bringing up this point. And I would just like to request that if this is something that is further evaluated, is there some sort of mechanism by which these instructional minutes can be reported transparently to the public as well in some sort of format? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. All right, we have L. Thompson bringing you in.
Hi, my name is Leslie Thompson. I'm a teacher at Brewer Island School. And in May of each year, a bell schedule is set. And this has to do with the minutes. So for right now, those have all been set at all the schools. So I don't know in July, if this is brought up again, that it's possible to change. I think for next year, definitely. But I defer to Joan and David, but I'm not sure that this is possible for the next school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you. Do we want to discuss this further?
Regarding the instructional minutes, can we also look into the minutes that were lost for support services for our special ed community, and whether those are going to be made up, and what that would look like?
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so we will be bringing this back at a future meeting. Moving on to, I believe it was 6.3.1.
And this one's
Doing a
still
motion. Yeah.
the motion to postpone until future date.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins and Trustee Chin. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me. Thank you. The motion carries. Moving on to, I believe it was
6.3.1.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
6.3.1.
6.3.1. So I wanted to pull this item. One of the things I do kind of as a hobby is spend a lot of time researching products and safety of products and health impacts of products. Cleaning products are a big ticket item in terms of their danger to our health, particularly young girls. And they're also something that are highly unregulated. There's a lot of secrecy in cleaning products. There was recently, only a couple years ago, where California passed something where you actually have to publish all your ingredients, but there's still a lot of loopholes. As we think about moving into this era of COVID, increased school cleaning, what that means is a lot of increase of many of these products. And increase on negative health impacts, again, tends to be an equity issue as we think about just access to information that's deliberately meant to be withheld. This came up. I had a chance to look into some of the products and notice that one of the ingredients that's included in all of the products that we're utilizing, which is an ingredient that is right now widely known to be directly linked to cancer, birth defects, hormone disruption, and other chronic health problems, which is fragrance. That can consist of approximately 4,000 different chemicals and does not have to be disclosed. And so I just wanted to raise that as something that we think about really carefully and spend some time looking into as we are increasing our cleaning to make sure that we're doing so safely. And I know that it can seem kind of like we have a lot of other things to be worried about and be focusing on, and that is true. But this is also hugely important in my perspective. And so, again, wanted to raise this. These cleaning items that are on this consent agenda are specific to our kitchen cleaning, which again then impacts, like, this makes its way into food, which then makes its way into the mouths of kids. And again, which also, when you think about kids that are eating lunch at school versus kids that might have parents that are preparing, right? Like this, there's so many layers to this, and so many layers to the systems and structures and equities in our system. So trying to peel these back one by one, and this is one that stood out to me and is something that I personally spent a lot of time looking into. So I don't know if other folks have any comments. I don't know what our timeline is in terms of, I know we can't go without cleaning products, but I would be interested in knowing a little bit more about what our timeline is around this and what I have, I guess, some suggestions and resources in terms of alternatives, but I don't know kind of what our timeline looks around this and how we can, move forward both by ensuring that we have cleaning products, because I know that there are mandates around that, and also potentially rethinking some of what we're utilizing. So I guess some of that's a question potentially for you, Dr. Rosas, or I'm not sure if Andrew's on that and can talk a little bit about timeline, but also just posing it to the rest of you in terms of if there's an interest in this being something that we explore.
Okay. I can talk with Andrew and we'll find out about the timeline.
Thank you. I'll just say that maybe this is something that we can tackle in July. We usually don't meet in July, but we will be this time. So thank you for raising it. I do find it important. Would anyone else like to discuss or comment on this one?
Yeah, sorry. I also think it's important because one of our, we care about the health and safety of our children. And so this is a perfect way to align with our mission in that way. And I'm wondering if maybe that's again, I know there's rules and regulations, but perhaps a parent committee or staff come together to research.
There is a wellness committee, and Andrew does sit on that. In fact, I think he's the one that leads that, and that does have parents and staff, so it would be the place for this to come up. But I need to talk to him further about it.
Okay. I was just going to say, this is an interesting hobby that you have, Trustee Watkins, and thank you for having this hobby, because this is a big issue that I wasn't aware of, and so thank you for bringing this forward.
Feel free to email me directly, anybody can, if you would like personal recommendations. Also visit Environmental Working Group. They have a lot of really great resources around products, so check that out. Enter all your products and then throw them away.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I see we have a public comment.
Okay, we have public comment. Pierre Marcho, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, bringing you in. Pierre?
Thank you very much. Just wanted, I know time is limited, and my only comment is first, at a state level, Prop 68 deals with a lot of these issues with chemicals. I think California is one of the strictest states in terms of chemicals and whatnot. But more important than this is a school board. Let's try to focus in this critical time about education. There's a lot of parents. I mean, there was not a lot of parents' involvement until now, and that's our fault. I think it's coming. We're really anxious as parents to see what's going to happen in the fall. And so any minute that we spend on something else than that right now, I think is a little bit ill-timed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre.
Andrew is available if you had wanted to have him answer any questions at this time.
We have one more public comment.
Okay.
Okay. Shannon Templeton. Shannon?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak again. Just very quickly, I wanted to say thank you for bringing this up. It's not a waste of time. In a letter I'm addressing to the school board, I was going to explore this at length along with other topics, but we are home and our bodies need to be around other germs and exposed to other things to build our immune system. If you have little ones, they used to pick up goldfish off the random park ground and eat it, and we said, hey, they're building their immune system. But the problem is we're home for a really extended amount of time, which does affect our immune system, and then we're going to send our kids back into school. And unfortunately, the things that are in products that are trade secrets and they're hidden behind names, even the greenest of products, it's called greenwashing. Take a look, it's a real thing where they make the product look super cute, but it's super dangerous. Go look, the website that you gave is an incredible one. It's not totally thorough, but it is a really, really good start. This is our next, we are the most disease-free, but the most sickest our planet, our country has ever been in the history of our country. So I do think it's important, and to say that it takes away, it doesn't. And again, I'm addressing in a letter, I just wanted to say thank you, and I hope that you guys would take a look really closely at the things that, especially if we're gonna clean at the level we are, I really hope you would look at each ingredient and each thing that is being used in the school. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that you did that. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon.
Okay, Joan, I believe you were saying, seeing no more public comment. Can you repeat what you were saying, Joan?
Yes, Andrew is on the line and might be able to respond to some questions tonight or give some background. If not fully, then he can come back, but I'll let him speak.
I think the question would be if what the timeline would be, if this is something that we have to move forward in order to have something, or if this is something that we could bring back in July for further discussion and conversation to then still be able to move forward. that would be like the main question, at least that I have for now, is just around timeline so that we know kind of what we're working with.
Okay, I have brought Andrew into the meeting. Andrew?
All right, good evening. Yes, the SFS PAC service is not a purchase of chemicals. It's really an educational training program that comes with the cleaning materials. SFS PAC is specifically built for the K-12 school food service system. They are green certified. I appreciate you bringing up the point of fragrance. I looked at their safety data sheets, and it says fragrance. So I think that's something we can take back and ask that question with the team. They are very, very good with making adjustments and ensuring that the products are safe, especially because they are dealing with the clientele of public school or school-age children. The time frame, if we don't have a contract, our current yearly contract ends in June. So if we don't have a contract, we would be without service in July, and we're still operating. So we can't go without any service in July. So we need to do something. We have that would be no educational components for our staff and training for our team members that are currently operating. And it's a different module lesson. They come in and they provide inspections of the kitchens, making sure that they're using the product safe in the correct way, that the kitchens are clean and they're all up to date, that they're monitoring temperatures and recording those correctly. So there's a whole system, not just a purchase of chemicals. And I use the word chemicals as all the various cleaning. There's cleaning, sanitizers, of course, that we need to use. That's part of the requirement. So I would recommend that we move forward, and if we do a monthly contract, and then we can meet with the representatives to kind of talk about some of our concerns and what other products might be out there that they're aware of that kind of address those further issues.
Yeah, I was going to ask if maybe there was an option to do a month by month or something like that, because I actually think based on their site, they might fall into this category of greenwashing a little bit. It's not just the fragrance that is concerning. So, but yeah, I don't want us to be without. So maybe this is something we can bring back in July and we can do a month by month. Would that be, then we would need to revise the contract and bring it back next week at our meeting for month to month? Or how would we move forward? If everyone else is in agreement with that plan.
So I was going to suggest, just again, if the board is, if it's acceptable to the board, like Andrew's suggesting, perhaps what we could do is have a contract in place for July, but with the caveat that the board is only authorizing it for July, and that with the understanding of the issues that were raised tonight, there'll be full discussion and a presentation to the board in July, perhaps even have this organization have a representative who can address the concerns, and there may be information they can share with us. But Andrew, I think, was suggesting too that he was concerned that if we went without, that's a concern because we are operating. So, so this be just as an option again that we can bring it back, authorize us to have it in place for July, but knowing that it'll come back, in July for full disclosure about all the other issues.
But when it comes, sorry, just to clarify, but when it comes back in July, do we then have an option to choose a different company and chemicals and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we can go back and ask them if that's a possibility. I'm not sure if they will accept that, but if you authorize us to move forward, it may be that they do accept it, but at least we'd have something in place. I know that was Andrew's concern.
Okay, so I just want to summarize and make sure we're all on the same page. So what our district staff is proposing is that we do approve this agenda item with the caveat that we will be basically renegotiating it for, renegotiating in July for beginning in August to either have them come present or go to a month-by-month basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So would someone like to, do we want to discuss this further? How do our, sorry about my dog, how do our trustees feel about this?
Is there, with that caveat, is what is kind of back on to Shara's question is, what is the timeline for something, a group to come together to discuss so we can move forward with companies and other solutions?
You have 2 meetings in July, and you're asking that the that it be a 1-month contract and that we come back in July.
Right.
Come back in July with some suggestions.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item, was it 6.3.1 as amended by staff.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me. The motion carries.
I just
Thank
kind of
you.
make sure that in addition to these particular ones that are specific to our kitchen, that we're bringing back cleaning supplies in general. So in terms of what we're thinking about for fall and just general classroom cleaning. So it's not just limited to this company and this discussion that we're widely. So if we can just bring back all of those vendors and, you know, we have that information in advance, we can get lists of chemicals, those kinds of things, and then do a little bit of research. And I'm happy to share things. I can share things with you, Dr. Rosas, in terms of some insight that I have in terms of other places we might explore.
Okay. I'm sorry about this dog. Okay, let's move on. Our next agenda item is what I believe many folks are tuning in for, which is our San Mateo Foster City School District response to COVID-19 shelter in place, summer program, and fall reopening.
Sorry. So the presentation tonight will be primarily run by our Assistant Sup of Ed Services, David Chambliss. Just to remind everyone, we have been looking at different models across the state and throughout the United States, and we've also looked at what other countries are doing. We're following frameworks that the guidance of which is coming from the CDC, California Department of Public Health, CDE, and current county health orders. So we're trying to follow all the guidance that we're required to pay attention to. And so tonight we're bringing you the best thinking that we've been able to create from the variety of different options, from the parameters that we've been given. Do know that we have families who are very interested in an online only program. They do not wish to return to school at this time, and that there is also interest in returning to school at this time. So in looking at health and safety and all of the parameters, we have some suggestions. We've brought them forward to a variety of our different established groups, as was mentioned this evening, DLAC, Equity Task Force, LMI, different groups to weigh in on what are the questions, what are the concerns, how can we make it the best of a very difficult situation. So I'll turn it over to David so that he can explain where we are at this point in time. I do anticipate sending a letter to our families after this presentation, so it'll go out probably Monday to summarize the information. And then I would like us to meet again June 25th. I know that's a special meeting. I know that's an added meeting, yet another one. But I do think that you need to finalize this plan so that everyone knows where we're going, so that we can make plans. Parents need to know what it's going to look like. So, so we'll share this evening. You'll have an opportunity to express your opinions about this. We'll share with our families through a letter, and then we will come back on Thursday, June 25th at our usual time, 6:30, to review, to finalize a plan. And I guess I should say at the outset of all of this, that obviously if we're allowed to simply go back to school and that's the way it can go, we'll do that. That's the easiest. We know how to do that. But we do need to provide for those who feel that there's concern with that, a distance learning plan. And right now we're not allowed to go back full, so we have to have an at-school distance learning plan. So that's what we're going to discuss tonight, is what would that look like. So David, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joan. Good evening again, Board of Trustees and community. I am going to share my screen with you, and please let me know if for some reason the deck does not clearly come through. Whoops, hold on a second. That's the wrong screen. Okay. So, Joan,
David,
board members.
You know what, David? I forgot something.
Oh, sure.
I forgot something. I'm sorry, President Corzo. At the end of the consent, I got thrown off because we had other discussion, but I did want to let you know that in the consent items, you did approve Carrie Betty. She will be the new principal for Highlands, and she is here this evening. And so I'm very sorry about not catching that. Carrie Betty is a principal right now. She's just finished up in San Francisco. She's been there for 8 years. She also served as principal in Half Moon Bay. She's an adjunct professor at San Francisco State University and a bilingual elementary teacher. She has a reputation for working closely with her staff and her families for the betterment of the students. And so I am sorry I lost track of Carrie. I shouldn't have done that. Carrie Betty, we're really very pleased to welcome you to the San Mateo Foster City School District as principal of Highlands.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see you, Dr. Rosas, and thank you to board members. Nice to meet you all virtually. I'm super excited about joining the San Mateo Foster City School District and the Highlands School community. Thank you for inviting me to join your district. I'm eager to start. I think for the first time in my career, I'm like, I don't need a summer break. I want to jump in and get to know everybody. So I'm really looking forward to meeting the students and the families up at Highlands and working closely with our teachers. I know that this is a challenging time. So, y también yo hablo español. Espero conocer a todas las familias, los alumnos y los maestros de la Escuela Highland. Me siento muy orgullosa y contenta de estar aquí en San Mateo y estoy aquí para servirles.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Okay, Betty. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, I will reshare my screen. Hang on a second. Let me find where it went. All right, now please again confirm for me that you can see the presentation. Is that correct? Yes, okay, thank you. All right, just to kind of reconnect to Joan's comments the moment before, in previous meetings, we've shared with you a calendar of the process we've been engaging in the formal engagements with two teams, the elementary and middle school program planning teams. Those teams were led by Alicia Hennigan and Pam Bartfield, and with strong support and guidance and leadership from our site leaders and teachers and other staff at our schools. I just want to acknowledge that their hard work in these initial phases was shared with the various groups that Joan mentioned. I would like to add, in recognition of Joan's several coffee chats, which were important moments where we heard from families about their concerns and desires. So we're bringing to you this evening a set of recommendations, and look forward to coming back next week and finalizing. Let me just, by way of framing, just remind us that we're working from the recovery framework, which is organized around 4 pillars: health and hygiene, face coverings, physical distance, and limiting gatherings. This is our best and most important standard of what it means to be safe. And so we are obliged to follow this guidance, and we have done so in the design and the recommendations we're bringing to you tonight. Just want to also acknowledge that as we engage in the discussion about these recommendations, we all are working from different points of view and from different priorities. You should know the priorities that guided our work and have helped us sort of navigate the competing needs that we hear from students, families, and staff. First and foremost has been the priority around health and safety, certainly as established in the framework. An important complement to that is particularly thinking about the health and safety and of course learning needs of specific groups of students, those who are the furthest from academic success, those who are experiencing the greatest social, emotional, and economic challenges at this time. And so we wanted to be clear that our planning really began with thinking about these key equity groups. Of course, we would be, the plan is always going to be about student learning and developing a structure that allows us to deliver rigorous and meaningful student learning. We have heard very clearly concerns about issues of consistency this spring, knowing that our teachers made heroic efforts to implement the best we could in the last several weeks. We know we can do better, and that one indicator of doing better is to see that consistency that has been raised. We are entering an unusual time when we also talk about the distance learning aspect of these recommendations. In the spring, we were able to build on the community and connections that we had already established through the year of 1920 in person. And as we look to the fall, we actually have a great challenge where we see that students are going to be getting to know new teachers, similarly new teachers getting to know new students and their families. And so the priority of having opportunities for community and connection really first, in the sense of it's only in that space of trust and community that we actually can have effective learning. And then always, of course, the priority around, continuous improvement. We always have to focus on ways in which we can support the learning of our staff, our students, and our families, and provide supports to those key stakeholders so they can do their best jobs. So what I'm going to be bringing to you tonight is two models that we think respond to the importance of family choice during these challenging times, but also allow us to be responsive to health directives, the so-called full-time distance learning approach at home, as well as the hybrid approach, as we call it, where we are sometimes in school and sometimes at home. Please know that these two models are designed, of course, ultimately to get us back to normal, where we are in school all the time. And of course, that's a model that's implicit in all of this thinking. So, pardon me. So just to kind of re-emphasize this point, one of the key things we have to do is we have to design an approach to distance learning, and we have to design an approach to a hybrid program that allows us, with quality, frankly, to quickly shift from one way to the other. We know that we can have students back on campus starting in the fall, and we may have issues at individual sites or even as a district if the broader community faces challenges where we might have to quickly go to distance learning. We've already experienced doing that in in effect, an unprepared way. We only had a few days to really make the transition to distance learning. And so we need to be very cognizant that our programs this fall need to ready us. For example, the hybrid delivery needs to ready us to also go to full-time distance learning. And similarly, those two models need to ready us if we get the green light to go back to normal instruction with the least amount of disruption in students' learning. So I'm going to go through a set of recommendations here. These are really a set of, think about them as smaller decisions that have informed the broader hybrid model. And you will know that we focused first on the hybrid model because of the complexities surrounding that. And as we make the turn to now then, what are we actually doing in the hybrid and distance learning models? Please know that a lot of the curriculum and instructional steps that we need to take will actually focus first on the distance learning model as how we then inform the hybrid model. But as far as the structure goes, we need to first establish what the hybrid model is going to look like. So I walk through these 6, and then you'll know that I'll come back to a set of decisions that are still to be determined, and we'll hint at those along the way. But we still have some outstanding recommendations to land on. Okay, so let me start with the first. The first recommendation, not surprisingly given our prior presentations, is that we will sort students into stable cohorts in the fall. This is what's called for by the framework. Just to remind us why stable, the importance of having stable cohorts is that we need to make sure that we can contact trace. Heaven forbid we should have a case. We need to know exactly what students have been in contact with each other and with what teachers, so that we can take the appropriate steps, the health and safety steps. The second aspect of being stable is it allows us, of course, to have a smaller group where we can ensure physical distancing in classrooms and in common areas. I do want to emphasize, because there is a lot of discussion about how do we limit the number of contacts to the smallest number. And the framework actually in emphasizing stable cohorts does not specifically say that stable cohorts have to be the smallest number of contacts. They allow us to be practical in the sense of Yes, we want to enable contact tracing. We want to physically distance, but we also need to recognize that there are school conditions which may require us to have a higher number of contacts than might be preferred by some. And so that's what you will see this evening. When we talk about the sorting of students into stable cohorts, there are 2 must-do steps in our recommendations and 1 may-do. The first must-do is that we schedule no more than 50% of students into classrooms. This is what's called for in the framework. So right now you should know that a team of folks led by Lori Fukumoto are currently analyzing our square footage maps, are going into classrooms, particularly with folks who are sort of saying, hey, I don't think you can get 16 students safely physically distanced in this classroom, and we go in and we try and we map it out. I've linked for you there some guidance that we're using that provides us kind of the, call it the numbers, the analysis of how rooms can be configured. But of course, this is ongoing work, and we recognize we're going to have to make some adjustments. There are going to be rooms where we might discover we can't physically distance 50% of students, and so we might have to see some adjustments at site levels. The second must-do is that we must, in our recommendations, create stable cohorts by grade level, meaning that there would be no mixing across grade levels. Now, this is not easy to do, particularly at the middle school level where we have electives, for example, and designated ELD, where we often have mixing of grade levels. And so we're going to work closely with our middle school leaders to sort this out. But our recommendation is, yes, that we want to create stable grade level cohorts. And then the 1 may-do step is really only available for elementary, and that's a finer, more strict limiting of contacts where actually we create classroom stable cohorts. So let me visually explain this a little bit more. At the elementary level, we could imagine a school with a 5th grade with 3 teachers. And let's say that 5th grade has 90 students. The first step would be to split that group of 90 students into 2 cohorts, cohort A and cohort B with 50%. Then the next step is to think about that each cohort, in this example, cohort A. Now we have 3 teachers and we would see 15 students showing up in each teacher's class. But we should acknowledge that at a stable grade level cohort, you can actually have those students mixing together. And you can have the 3 teachers in contact with those 3 groups of 15. Obviously, this isn't limiting it as finely as we could, and we'll come to that in a minute. But there's some important advantages in our ability to create equity groups at a grade level, and particularly at the elementary. And by equity groups, let me just say that's just a phrase we're using to capture things like the group we would need to provide English learners that would need to receive designated ELD, or our resource students, or any students that, for example, may be struggling with social emotional issues, and we'd want to pull a group of 5th graders in this case that could be counseled by staff at the site. It's much more possible to do this if we maintain the stability of the grade level cohort. The May version of this is a more strict version where actually we're not going to talk about 3 teachers across a grade. We're just going to look at 1 teacher and 1 class, in this case 3rd grade, and they have 24 students. We split them in half, 12 and 12, form the 2 cohorts, and then there's no other intermingling with other grade level students or even between certainly those 2 cohorts. This is a stricter version. And just to say, and the challenge with it is as you begin to think of moments where you need to push in and do support work or intervention acceleration work, now you're only doing it with those 12 students, and it's much more difficult to provide those kind of supports and services in this smallest sized cohort. So real equity challenges with this model. And then for the middle school, there is, quite frankly, just the must cohort. And let's think about a 6th grade with 10 content teachers. Imagine that 6th grade is 270 students. We split it first into 2 cohorts of 135, and then we could see cohort A in this example, 135 students broken out into their normal 7-period course schedule during the day, but actually they could be mixing and going from one period to another depending on the schedule. Again, you know, when we think about the equity concerns, one of the advantages we have in the middle school is that designated ELD, for example, is scheduled as part of a student's day. Resource class is scheduled. So there's some important equity work that's just built into the schedule. I would add, as I mentioned earlier, but we have some challenges with this when we think about electives that share kids across grade levels. So there's some important work that we have to do there. So that's recommendation 1. The second now is to take those student cohorts and provide them with a schedule. We have landed on the recommendation of a paired days schedule. And you can see an example here that cohort A would be at school on Monday and Tuesday, while cohort B is at home engaged in distance learning activities. And it flips for Thursday and Friday. We are recommending that Wednesday, as you'll see in a minute, is actually our deep cleaning day between cohorts, that's a day actually where both cohorts of students would be at home. We are also recommending for our special day classes, our one set of our special education students, that they would be in school every day, I should say Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So that group actually gets the continuity of being in school 4 days a week, but that they would be at home on distance learning on Wednesdays. Embedded in this is the idea that actually there is a shorter day, more like a minimum day schedule, so approximately a 4 to 4.5 hour morning schedule. And that at lunch, most of the students in the school would grab and go lunch and head home for distance learning in the afternoon. That would also allow us in the afternoon to support identified, again, equity groups, could be English learners, resource students, etc. They could stay for distance lunch afterward. I just want to acknowledge in this model that as we think about after lunch activities, that we have some schools where if you pulled the English learners, for example, at some of our schools, for afternoon support, you're pulling half to 3/4 of the school. And so that presents particular challenges around social distancing and stable cohorts. So we recognize that and want to note that we're aware of that, and we're going to have to figure out within this broader template of recommendations how we make adjustments at specific sites. So just to give you a little bit of information, there's the rationale there for why we landed on paired days. We looked very closely at the AM/PM schedule, really believing that it is important for students to be in school every day. Is there a way that we could arrange that? And we just simply, with a group of students coming in the morning and then only having maybe an hour before the afternoon group showed up, it just doesn't allow enough time for the cleaning protocols we think need to be in place between cohorts. It also has it limits the time that we could for supporting certain equity groups. It limits our readiness for distance learning. There's a host of challenges that led us to reject that alternative. We do have some neighboring districts that are looking at the so-called alternating weeks model. And there's some real advantages in terms of, students are in school, all week, and then they're home all week. And so the opportunity to have so much time with teachers. We actually felt, as the teams recommended, that creates potentially 2 cohorts that could really get very off schedule with each other. And the challenges for teachers trying to manage a set for a week and then watching them go home and managing the other set, the long gaps, and we got feedback about the childcare challenges. I need childcare for 1 week, but I don't the next, and then I need it for the following week. It didn't have the consistency we thought our families would need. So again, we did look at multiple alternatives, and we landed on the paired days as the best solution. Here's just, we've shared some examples like this in the past. This is an elementary example that just describes what we discussed. Here is a middle school example. And you can see cohort A setting up in the blue Monday, Tuesday, and cohort B on Thursday and Friday. So as mentioned, the third recommendation is that the main part of the day ends at lunch. This is really, lunch is the biggest challenge for maintaining the stability of cohorts. We thought that the demands or the circumstances of providing lunch to all kids within a certain period of time just really precluded our ability to maintain stable cohorts, which is why we landed on dismissal at lunchtime. Noting that we can, in most schools, do distance lunch for certain equity groups. We do acknowledge that there are some transportation circumstances we have to work out, because buses would have to be available at lunchtime for some students, and then also coming back for the equity groups afterward. We mentioned that after lunch part of the day, I should note that this sets up a little bit differently for elementary and middle school. It is our recommendation that on Wednesdays for middle schools, that they are doing 30-minute rotations of what we call synchronous learning or engagement with students. So all middle school students would meet with their first period teacher, let's just say 9 to 9:30, and then they'd rotate to 9:30 to 10 would be their second period. So that's synchronous. That means those middle school teachers are really, obviously fully engaged with their students until lunchtime. The elementary model allows for much more, at least in our recommendations, much more flexibility, where teachers could engage with students or could simply design tasks that students are working at home, and Wednesday can be largely allocated for planning and collaboration. I will talk about this in a bit, but we can't understate the importance of allowing teachers planning and collaboration time. We've heard many concerns about wanting to deliver, high quality, consistent instruction. And one of the things we know is that teachers need the support of time and each other to really meet that bar of quality distance learning. So we want to make sure we allow for that. You'll see in several slides here, many of these pieces, of course, need to be finalized in conversation with SMFCSD leadership as part of a memorandum of understanding for the fall. And then we mentioned, I mentioned this idea of Wednesday is an all cohorts distance learning day. It's our chance then to do deep cleaning between the two cohorts. I talked about some of the differences between elementary and middle. One of the things we have to look closely at, Mark Herrera and our team has purchased these sprayers that allow us to quite quickly and efficiently deep clean in classrooms and in common spaces. You can imagine that that's not a space anybody would want to be in if not properly geared up, as our custodial staff will be. And so we need to have some conversations with our SMFCSD colleagues about whether that would be a day, in fact, that teachers would work from home. Next, and the final of our certain recommendations to you is that the middle school wants to maintain a 7-period schedule. I'm sure you've heard of conversations in other districts and at the high school level where we were talking about blocks, where maybe students would attend only 3 or 4 periods at a time, and there would be what we call a block schedule. We looked at that any number of ways and felt that it was prohibitive, especially for our ability to move back and forth between the kind of phases or models. And so it also presented some huge master schedule and teacher assignment challenges. So we just landed on, yes, we're going to continue with a 7-period day or 7-period schedule across days at the middle school level. So that takes us to, that completes then our recommendations, which we are clear and feel are settled, and turn them over to you for your consideration and final approval next week. Now I want to raise 6 decisions that still are to be determined, but are important that we share with you now as we're thinking about the complexities of what we've previously recommended to you. So the first is around the daily schedule. There are some real transportation challenges we're facing. They similarly have to physically distance. It's possible, based on some of the most recent guidance coming from Dr. Morrow, that we might be able to manage our buses at half capacity. If that's the case, then we may not have to stagger start and end times, but until we can clearly establish that, then let's just say we have to look at the question of staggering starts and ending times. Of course, you know, in the schedule that we have, we need to clarify some particular chunks of times for teachers. Where do they get a potential break time? What's the lunch? And of course, that will come forward in our conversations with our SMETA colleagues. The next decision is around the adoption of online curricula. We currently have curriculum that wasn't originally designed for distance learning. So we have to make a decision about whether we invest time and energy and money in crafting or building that currently adopted curriculum and making it suitable and usable by both staff and teachers online, or whether we need to look to a full-on online curriculum where, as we talk to people, they're really talking about the curriculum is online and there is, in a sense, what we call a learning management system, which means students show up or teachers show up at one spot and all my classes are hosted in that one spot. So we are working on that right now. You can see some notes here. There is strong argument given the review we've done of online curriculum. We have some deep concerns about the elementary online curricula available to us beyond what we already have adopted. And much of the programs that we've already adopted, they've been making some rapid improvements in, for example, video lessons where, for example, in Benchmark, where the curriculum now has video lessons done by teachers from the Benchmark publishers, and whether we could use that to provide first instruction. So a lot of details here. Please know that our planning has been ongoing around this and will only deepen as we go into the summer, as we work with teachers willing to not volunteer their time, but willing to volunteer and work with us to be paid for their additional effort, and with those who are available to settle these decisions. Of course, you're I'm sure thinking about, well, what does that mean, when we come back? We've got our own curriculum would likely look quite different because of the changes we would have made, or we might have a new online curriculum. Are we really being sober about the PD and planning time that teachers are going to need? So we're going to come back to that in a minute. And again, this is conversation about online curriculum we're holding with our SMETA leadership. The ninth is a decision around investing in one-to-one Chromebooks. We know that their distance learning is virtually impossible without every student having a dedicated Chromebook. We are walking into that need at the very moment that the state is suggesting we take a 10% cut in our budget. So you can imagine we're watching the state negotiations very closely. And then we're also within, talking from a pedagogical point of view, is it really important that a TK student have a one-to-one Chromebook? Do we really want students at the youngest grades spending that much time? What are the alternatives? So we're clarifying that even as we're waiting for some hopeful good signs around the budget. Another decision that's still to be determined is around staffing assignments for hybrid and full-time distance learning. So imagine, of course, hybrid is a combination of being in school and distance learning. And then there's a third track in effect, which is students who are out of full-time distance learning. The most important thing we can do right now is articulate to our families how we're thinking about the hybrid and distance learning models, get that description to them, and find out as quickly as possible what our families want to choose. We're calling it a family registration decision, and working right now on readying a survey as soon as we have the go-ahead of the board to distribute that survey. And we really, by kid, we need to know, by student, exactly what the family is choosing for them. We also need to work closely. Sue Weiser and her team are going to be working closely with our teachers. We have some teachers who will, I'm sure, be requesting accommodations for health or personal reasons. We need to know those, and we need to be able to review those and decide how we can make accommodations, which could be, of course, asking those teachers to take on a full-time distance learning role. Needless to say, when we think about the fact that through the spring, we have been doing enrollment and staffing based on our typical full, all in school. Now we're going to have to ask ourselves to rethink that enrollment and staffing to ensure that we can effectively provide both the hybrid and the full-time distance learning. So it is a significant challenge. We need to think also, we have teachers on special assignment as we think about the great demands of running these two models. Asking how can our teachers on special assignment support curriculum development and distance learning. So that's another kind of staffing decision or assignment we need to think about. Again, as we think about all that, we have to think about when people are coming back, how much time will they have to ready themselves for these new circumstances. And then, so as mentioned, it is our recommendation, but we need to of course, finalize it in our negotiations with SMFCSD. It is our recommendation that we calendar extra days at the beginning of the year, whether it's moving already scheduled PD days from later in the year to the beginning. We're also looking closely at where the state lands around instructional minutes. Essentially, the state suspended instructional minutes requirements this spring, which was what allowed us to identify days for staff to work together, particularly in think about into the phase 2 transition. So we know we need to build enough time up front. I mean, principals need at least a day, if not 2 days, to talk through with their staff just the health and safety protocols that we need to put in place. So we really need to think about those days that we have available to us actually before before learning either at the site or distance starts. And then of course we need to think on an ongoing way how teachers have time for professional learning and collaboration. And this anticipates the final recommendation, which we need to land on, is the actual re-entry into the school year. We are going to recommend that we have time, once we say learning begins, we are recommending actually that with many students that we begin in full distance learning, both to build our muscle around how distance learning is going to happen, since 3 out of every 5 days in the hybrid model is distance learning, but also really to give ourselves a chance to implement and test our health and safety protocols. So we could imagine, for example, bringing our TK and kindergarten students in first and getting them settled while the rest of elementary school is on distance learning, or a 6th grade coming in and getting settled and building community while 7th and 8th graders remain on distance learning for a set time. And of course, this decision we need a lot of input on, and of course we need to clarify in our negotiations with SMETA leadership. So I appreciate, I know that was a lot. It is time for questions. I am going to escape out of this presentation mode, and I'm available for any questions from the board.
Thank you, David, for that presentation. Trustee Chin, do you have any clarifying questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. The only question I have, as I've seen this several times now, is that have we developed the slide deck for public consumption? So we have a huge number of members of the public in the audience tuning in today, but obviously our population is, what is it? Student population is like 12,000. So the idea is for those who are not attending, it'd be great to have something up on our website. There have been a lot of rumors and everything over the last couple of weeks, and as this being our first public sort of release, it'd be great to have something up. Whether it's the slide decks themselves or maybe as this is being recorded, maybe it's just your voice and the slides explaining everything. But I would leave you guys to that. Oh, actually, that's my question. Have you guys thought about that?
So, as I said at the beginning, as we set up, that this would be a presentation that we would then summarize and send out to our families along with the slide deck so that they could all see it, because not everyone can be here this evening. And then we would have another meeting next Thursday.
Sure. And then I guess the only follow-up just on that is that we as a school board, especially when I joined as a board trustee, there's a lot of acronyms that we use. I would just go through the slides to clarify that or define a lot of the acronyms, because a lot of the families may not know exactly what we're talking about. I have comments related, but these are just my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hitchcock, clarifying questions?
Yeah. Hi. I was wondering regarding the half day and school ending at lunch with the 4-ish hours of instruction. Would that be the same amount of time that the distance learning, those children during the distance learning days would also expect to have their distance learning time? And for Wednesdays, for teacher collaboration and planning, would that also include the same amount of time for them to have a solid amount of uninterrupted planning? And I'm sorry, but I'm a bit confused, so my apologies. As to, I guess I want to know why an online curriculum needs to be adopted. Not that I'm against it, but if our students already have a Chromebook, why can't those children that are at home for those distance learning days, like tune into class? Has that been discussed? Because I didn't 100% see that. So that's my thought. And also too, if that were a possibility, that would hopefully alleviate some stress with the teachers having to come up with a completely different curriculum for the at-home learning. That's it.
Yeah, do you want me to, I can jump in with answers. So when we're thinking about the instructional day, let's start with the cohort that are in school in the morning, and then they grab and go, and then they would have distance learning tasks, activities in the afternoon. And then in the afternoon, one of the options for, and I should say that's primarily for our elementary school, because we're doing on-site learning with equity groups. So, so we'll be defining in our conversations with SMETA leadership that exact, like the full instructional day. But the idea is that it's at school is the 4 to 4.5 hours, but there's plenty of other distance learning time, either in the afternoons or obviously on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We do need to look closely at kind of final recommendations for Wednesdays as far as I said, middle school, we're proposing a schedule where they're actually in synchronous work with students for the morning, and then have the afternoon to where students can be doing independently learning tasks. And essentially the middle school staff would have the afternoons every day for check-ins and planning and preparation time. Because the equity work that we're proposing needs to happen, it's built into the day. For elementary schools, because of the important equity work we need to do would have to happen in the afternoons for the most part, then we really need for the elementary to protect and support planning and collaboration time on Wednesday. So we might imagine the day starting in a quick morning meeting with all of our students in a classroom. That's a possibility, but we want to make sure that we're allowing time for teachers to meet and plan and coordinate the curriculum. With respect to the online curriculum, one of the things that we're hearing even in the feedback is the importance of continued first instruction, right? Students learning new content. And there's a number of ways that can be delivered. It can be delivered live with a student sitting and watching a teacher. However, there's some real prohibitive aspects of that. So, and real challenges for a child at home just watching what the kids at school are doing that day. So the advantages of online curriculum are the videos that serve as first instruction that they could view, and then when they come back to school, teachers could be reinforcing that instruction, for example. So, so we want to move to that model where the curriculum has resources in it that is not entirely dependent on the teacher being live in front of kids at home because of the complexities of hosting that kind of thing.
Okay. Thank you. Clarifying questions, Trustee Proctor?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. One of them was, what was distance lunch? What does that entail? I don't think I caught onto that one.
Yeah, that's just simply the idea that with a smaller number of students, and there's actually in that link about physical distance, the guidance that was linked in there, you'll see some examples of lunchtime. That's just basically the idea that a much smaller number of students could occupy physically distanced space in a cafeteria and have lunch at the site.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking distance, because distance learning is at home. I was thinking it's some kind of online lunch, but okay, thank you. And then my second question was, you mentioned one-to-one Chromebooks, and I was curious, were you thinking like buying new Chromebooks? Because I thought right now we had supplemented everyone with a Chromebook that needed one, and then there's people that already have them. So what are the thoughts there?
Yeah, I can answer that question. So we sent home about 3,200 Chromebooks, and now the students are coming back to school, but they're also in distance learning. So are they going to transport those Chromebooks back and forth? Or how will the staff, I mean, this is the opportunity for the teachers to be able to show the children how to utilize some of the materials online, and also talk about some of the things that were brought up earlier about passwords and that kind of thing, to be able to show them. But now the Chromebooks are at home. So we either are transporting them or we're getting some more.
Okay. Thank you. Because I was just trying to think if there's a way, like if you already have one, that we could buy Chromebooks for the children that needed them the most. But if you're talking about having a set in class, then I get it. And then my other question was, can you just explain a little bit how we're addressing siblings and the different schedules?
Yeah, we're already, that's a great question. We're very aware that a family, could clearly prefer that their kids be in school on the same days and at home on the same days. So what we're thinking is we start, for example, we could schedule sort of A to M and N to Z. So siblings who are in 5th and 3rd grade would show up at school on the same day. We also need to look closely, though, at how our special ed students show up in that parent. So there would need to be some adjustments. For sure, we want to commit to the idea that within the school, we'll ensure that students, siblings have a common schedule. Ideally, we could actually do that K to 8. So if I have a 3rd grader and a 7th grader, it would be great if we could set it up that way. So we're going to have to think of the systems that would allow that kind of coordination. But for the moment, we can commit to families that we will schedule within a school for siblings at the same time.
Okay, and then my final question was just, since the goal is to eventually go back on campus full time, what is the trigger that gets us back on campus? Is it the health officer or is it the board? I just wanted to be clear on so that people know when that happens.
Yeah, I think right now it's the health officer.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're not, we're being held to the distancing, and the distancing doesn't allow us to go back 100%. As that changes, I think we'll take a look at making that change. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Trustee Corzo's frozen, but I will.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Watkins. I can hear everyone, but I might have to log off and log back in, but please go ahead.
I had a question around, a couple questions. We sent a survey previously asking for preferences around distance learning versus in school, some option. What were the general stats around that? And I know that was without people having all the information, but
Right.
what was the breakdown?
It was 25% saying they would choose to be in distance learning. And it was actually quite consistent across San Mateo, Foster City, and across grade levels. Some grade levels were 23, a couple were 26, 27, but it hovered all around that.
Okay.
I do want to point out that did not go out to any new incoming families.
Oh, thank you.
Because that was our fall planning. That's our usual fall planning. And that was brought up to me in my coffee chat that they hadn't done that. So we are going to need to, once we really have fleshed this out a little bit more, we want to send out another survey with some more information about what this looks like, and then have everyone take it and say whether or not they would like to have distance learning or the hybrid approach until we can go back to school.
Okay, gotcha. I had some questions around what we're thinking. How are equity groups being determined? What is our thinking around? I know you mentioned some subgroups, I guess, or criteria around that, but just wondering how we're determining who meets that. What are all of the potential groups of kids that might be included in that? Do we have a limit on numbers for that? And I know some of the numbers kinds of questions will depend on staffing and all of those. I get that, but just kind of wanting to know like initial thinking.
Yeah, I mean, we're really thinking there are struggling readers and our struggling math performers. So using our assessment data to pull groups of students for additional support. We're also thinking, of course, our English learners who would need to be receiving designated ELD. We're thinking resource students. And then I think there's, a bunch of different, the many categories, other special ed categories, speech and language and whatnot, where we think about supports for them. And then there's just, as I mentioned, the set of social, emotional, all those kind of vulnerabilities where we would want to have counseling opportunities, pull groups of kids, things like that.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Do we have a plan for, I guess this is half question, half comment, so I'll try to, I feel like I'm really bad at breaking those apart. But do we have a plan for establishing a baseline of where kids are coming in, right? Because we're referencing what I assume is data from, at this point, would be pretty old, right? Like maybe December, whenever we had last assessments. Now we've had distance learning, and there's variability there, and so we're talking like a long period of time. So I'm just curious if we have initial thinking around how we're establishing baselines of where kids are re-entering, both kids that are staying at home and kids that are entering in, because one of my sorry, I'm turning this into a comment too. One of my concerns is around we think we might have a number now, and I would venture to say that number is going to be a lot bigger based on how much instructional time has been lost. So I'm just curious as to how we're going to gather information, if we've begun to do some thinking around that.
Yeah, no, we definitely have. I mean, we, have to acknowledge that our assessment system, as we have known it in this context, is going to have to shift. But the idea that we do need, as soon as possible at the beginning of the year, at the elementary level, for example, to assess students in reading using Fountas and Pinnell. We need to assess our students at the middle school level in our reading inventory. In mathematics, we need to look at how we can, we have to look at some diagnostic assessments, whether it's Galileo or not. So just to say, and actually, I didn't go into this detail, but as we think about online curriculum, that is some of the, what we're looking for is like, are there additional assessment information in those? I would add that I know you've had some questions about, how do we know how kids are spending their time? One of the advantages of the online curriculum that we look at is that some of them have the ability just to give us data back on how much time kids are spending in the curriculum and actually doing the work. It's a nice way to see if a student really is doing at home. They're actually doing the distance learning, really powerful indicators for teachers. So that would be information on kind of student practice, just to say, not student performance specifically.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I had a question. I mean, you've already answered some of it. My specific question was about like the equity groups. I'm wondering though, if there's gonna be like some kind of prioritization based on whether we have students that are part of like multiple focus groups that need extra support, and like if they're like, if it's a continuum, right? And we know that, like, let's say you're an English learner and you're not struggling in math. Will you get less support, less additional support at school than if you were struggling in math and English and, more subject areas? Yeah, that's my first question.
I'm not sure we can even respond to that quite yet, because we're still landing on what this is going to look like. But we recognize what you're saying, that kids could have multiple needs, and how do we address the different areas that they need support in. So I don't know if we could answer that at this present moment.
I'm wondering if Noelia, did you freeze there?
I did freeze, but I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I would just ask that we do some thinking about that, because I think it's really important. My other question was around just digging a little deeper into the transportation issue. Like, if we have kids that do need transportation, like that are on the bus, and I think like we can't assume that they're all gonna need that they're all going to have that same schedule. So how are we going to, I mean, how are we going to support the different transportation needs with I know you talked about it a little bit, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to it a little more. And then I did see recently a first student, like a small van, and that's not something I had seen before. So maybe that's part of what they're adjusting to.
So we do have a team that's working with First Student and also with Samtrans on the transportation. I hesitate to give much information about that right now because of the fact that there's some changes coming with the number of students that can be transported at a time and how they're going to manage that. But that will be another piece we'll bring forward as soon as we know more. One thing to realize is that we're probably dealing with half of the students coming to school at a time, potentially some students also staying home on distance learning, so half or less on the buses. And the buses have talked about the ability to circle back, do cleaning and pickup, so there could be some need for staggered starts. So there's a variety of conversations going on right now on transportation. We'll bring that back when we're more clear.
Okay, thank you. And just because I know that this is an issue that's been raised in the public, can you just go into kind of how the 4 different pillars were developed and like the different models that were looked at across our nation, across countries even, and that really informed this? Because I know you know, people have lots of different opinions, but we want to keep students safe. And so if you could just speak to that, please.
Sure. And actually, I think you've been on a variety of calls with other elected officials and also with the San Mateo County School Boards Association to learn more about this topic. But we basically are following the guidance of the CDC, which is Center for Disease Control, and the California Public Health, and the CDE, and any current health orders. So we follow those different areas, their different guidance. We've also looked at what's been working in other countries across other states and here in California, as to what would be the safest way to return, following all these areas that we have to follow. The 4 pillars are brought up regularly they may not be called pillars, but they're brought up regularly in these different guidance documents that they talk about masks, they talk about the physical distancing, they talk about the cleaning protocols, the health and hygiene, and then the limited gatherings. So those are things you hear about within all these conversations. So the San Mateo County Office of Ed took all of this information and they did create what's called the pillars, so that it's something that we can kind of use and visualize. But it comes from all these other documents. So thanks for asking. We didn't mention that at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. I will, well, I'll hold it for discussion. I have lots of other things to say, but they're not questions. So let's go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Another one came up. Sorry. I was wondering in the scheduling in regards to those kids that are have push-in services and mainstreaming, is that being addressed in the schedules in the cohorts?
So there is
as opposed to, like, I know it said the SDCs would be going every day, but I'm just wondering about.
So there's a team that's working on the special education issues of working with specialists and looking at the inclusion. So they will be coming forward with more ideas as soon as they know more what this plan is going to be.
Okay.
But they have been meeting and discussing exactly what you're talking about.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I see that we have 13 hands raised and now 15, now many more. I am gonna limit public comment. It's not gonna be 3 minutes, just because if we gave everyone 3 minutes, that would be right now, like, yeah, like over an hour of public comment. Yeah, please go ahead and raise your hand. That way we have a better idea of how many speakers we will have. And I also just ask that if you agree with something that was previously said, please just, second that or third it or whatever. We want to be respectful of everyone's time. We definitely value public comment and public opinion, and we want to make sure our voices are heard, but we also want to be respectful and avoid kind of hearing the same comments given like lots and lots of different ways. So we have 30 hands raised right now. If we gave 2 minutes, that would be an hour. Yeah, let's go with 2 minutes, and I just ask again, please be mindful of everyone's time, and if you hear something that you agree with, just second it. Thank you, everyone. We're looking forward to hearing your voices.
Okay, so first we have Layla Leidecker. Layla, and then afterwards will be Julie MacArthur. Okay, never mind. We have Julie MacArthur.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I want to bring to the board's attention some serious concerns that teachers have with the plan that was presented. There is no clear guidance with this plan about who is doing the distance learning piece of it. If teachers are in front of kids, then who's in front of the kids who are at home? And we also have serious concerns about the pushback we're receiving from the district on not adopting an online curriculum and leaning towards a deeper dive into the curriculum that we already have in their online components. I would respectfully say the district had 3 months during distance learning to do that deep dive and to provide us with more curriculum related to that. To us, we didn't. So I don't really see and they didn't. So I'm not sure what's going to change over the summer about finding more content online that I promise you the teachers already dug into when we were scrambling for something. Also of concern, the district had an opportunity to adopt, study, or provide teachers with a site license for free. Followed up on that. I sent several emails knowing that that was going to be a really great resource. No follow-up on that. So and we know an online curriculum is not as robust, and even if there are math problems, what basically we have without it is teachers, again, scrambling to put together and cobble together resources for students. And we know that that didn't work. It didn't work on the teacher side, it didn't kid side, it didn't work on the parent side. So I'm very concerned that we're just gonna kind of let that happen again. The other thing that is really challenging with that is that we're asking, I know my 5th graders struggled with going from one site to another site to another site. So now we're going to ask kindergartners to continue to do that. And I hear the, I do hear the bell. I will just wrap up. If the district really does want something that's going to seamlessly toggle between distance learning and in-person learning, I honestly don't see how we can do that without an online curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, just as a reminder for those that are raising their hands for public comment, if you hit the button and lower your hand and then raise it again, it drops you back down to the bottom, which I think is what happened to our first comment. So what I'm going to do is, as I'm writing this list, try to keep in order, I'm going to have Layla come back in. I know she had her hand raised first, and it's raised again. So Layla, I'm going to bring you in, and then all those who have their hand raised, please leave your hands raised and don't lower it, then raise it back in because it just drops you at the bottom of the list. So okay, Layla.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you so much.
All right.
Dr. Rosas, first the first comment that you made is we're not allowed to go back full time. Who exactly said that I'd like to know who exactly said that we're not allowed to go full time? Per Dr. Morrow's last health order, he specifically said that he wants to see kids back in school, and that to the degree that the pillars interfere with these needs, they need to be modified, and the pillars are not inviolable constructs. Also, I've heard a lot about equity, which I think is very important here. But at this point, with months of distance learning, all of our kids are students that need some sort of equity adjustments. We have not done them any justice with distance learning and with their educational needs. I also heard about community. How you expect young children to form community through a computer is absolutely absurd. Adults cannot form community through the computer. It seems like the system is being set up to disadvantage every kid to keep them all at the same level, rather than to see how we can actually, get kids in school or provide them with, a real curriculum. Lastly, I'd like to address the idea of stable cohorts, which completely break when kids are put into after-school activities and alternative care, which will happen. None of these things actually mitigate the risk for COVID-19 more than a group of 25 kids in their regular class. And one I said lastly, but I have one more lastly. But for Montessori schools specifically, the rules around grade level stable cohorts, that goes completely against Montessori philosophy, and how will our schools will be able to address that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Marcella.
Hello. Thank you. And while I would love my children to be back in person full-time in the fall, I recognize that we need to consider some of these aspects, and there are 3 things I'd like you to consider. One is a recognition for technology support. I know that Superintendent Chambliss talked about what K through 2nd grade might look like, or pre-K, but making sure that there's access to learning how to even use a Chromebook is, I think, a crucial part of this educational journey that we're all on. Second, as you're considering curriculum and learning management systems, I would love it if you would be very, very cautious about security and data that is being mined from our children. So please make sure that you are considering not just security concerns from the Zoom bombing perspective, but from the perspective of who is taking our children's data and what they're doing with it. And third, I think that as we think about equity and we look at the amount of teaching time and learning time and exposure time in programs like Fiesta Gardens, which is a 90-10 immersion program, consideration for how much physical time is spent focused on Spanish literacy, Spanish language, and the development of that, especially when we're talking about both native Spanish learners, which I know has been talked about, but it's different at our school, as well as English learners who are developing their literacy and their language and their math skills in a separate language. When we think about the resources that are needed, I'd like you to consider the fact that we are a unique school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Deb C, and then after Deb will be Mary Hamilton. Okay, Deb, in order to have you speak, I'm going to have to promote you as a panelist. This will disconnect you and then bring you back into the meeting.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Deb. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Deborah Carlson. I have 2 children at Highlands Elementary. My question is if there will be a standardized expectation in the distance learning model. Are there minimum expectations? Can we expect a daily checkpoint, small group sessions? What can we expect? I heard comments at the beginning of this meeting about some people voicing concerns and frustrations with the distance learning model. I was fortunate that my 4th grader and my 2nd grader had teachers who really put their hearts and their energy into teaching in this unique circumstance with daily check-ins, a pre-recorded video of the teacher teaching the math lessons so that the children felt like they were in the classroom. So I've heard from many other parents that it hasn't been as positive for them. So I'm concerned that if you're asking parents to decide whether they want a full-time distance learning model or the hybrid, it's really up to whether there's so many inconsistencies with whether you get a teacher who puts their full heart and energy into teaching the distance learning model versus if you, the luck of the draw, you get a teacher who's MIA, which has happened in our district with some. Thankfully, I didn't experience that personally. So I think that if you're going to have parents have to decide what the option is, the parents should know, and it should be set up through SMETA and the district of this is what the expectation is. If you're on a distance learning model 100%, you will have a, whatever it is, daily check-in or things like that. I think it also goes into, we've talked in the past about the achievement gap. And if a student ends up with a teacher that is MIA, that student, there's going to be, if they don't have additional support at home, those students that are already struggling will struggle even more and will have a greater achievement gap. So I hope that you'll be setting a standard of expectations amongst all the teachers for a consistent and equitable experience for all students in the district in the distance learning model. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Mary Hamilton, and after Mary, it will be Karen BH. Mary?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Mary's partner, Paul. And thanks for the time. And, I just want to say thanks to everyone. I appreciate this is a very difficult set of circumstances we're dealing with. So I don't envy the challenge here. And we're all facing some form of that challenge. And I would just say, just to that end, the fact that we don't have an opportunity for parents to have a voice until we're 2 hours and 40 minutes into a meeting comes across as a little bit tone deaf, to be quite honest, because we're all pretty busy and trying to deal with some pretty unique circumstances. So maybe I'd make that point. Another point, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about the reopening plan. That gave us a pretty narrow opportunity set in terms of a full distance learning model versus a hybrid model. There's not a lot of discussion as to why we've been limited to that opportunity set. That's also a little bit frustrating, to be candid. We had some really good comments from Leah about some of the comments from Dr. Morrow. Understand that we're trying to reconcile conflicting guidance between state, local, and federal guidance. I understand that's challenging, but we also live in one of the most dynamic areas of the world. And the fact that we have not found a way to bring parents into this conversation in a way that gives them some agency, I think is something that maybe we should all reflect on a little bit, because that is another, I think, point of frustration for probably a lot of people on the call. We've talked a lot about equity. It's an important conversation. It's an important conversation in the context of reopening. It's an important conversation just in the context of our society right now. We are creating major equity burdens across families that will struggle in different ways with trying to address some of the challenges posed by this model within families where some of that burden will undoubtedly unduly fall on mothers. There are some very important things that are part of this conversation that we have not had an opportunity to discuss here. I would ask the board to reflect on whether or not there's a better way to bring parents into this conversation to give them agency in helping to make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, we have Karen VH, and then after that we have David. Karen?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted the board to consider that even if we do go to a full-time back-to-school model, in the fall that you would still consider offering distance classes for students and families and teachers who need that option. Even if there are students who, a few from each school, there could still be a great model if teachers and everybody kind of buys into it and agrees to the ground rules and what the expectations are, to offer flexibility to those families that might be compromised, to teachers who might need that accommodation. And if we have those options, and as we're looking at the model for distance, that you can build a robust class with great materials for the class, interactive, meaningful exercises. And I don't just mean watching a lecture or watching a teacher in the classroom, something that, you can teach in a great exercise in 5 minutes, the same thing you could do in 20 minutes in a class. Using a really good model would make a big difference. And also, to help out the teachers, I think one of the biggest struggles was the lack of support in instructional technologies. A lot of the teachers, if you look across the district, you probably had 40 teachers recording the same lecture in a lot of different ways and going out to all their students. And that's something that doesn't need to necessarily be done. If you have instructional technology someone to help the teachers and the students themselves, like to give them a call if they need help, all of those little things make a big difference. And the support for teachers, I think, is a really big thing, especially if we're asking them they walk into class, they get maybe a few days before the school starts to really prep. And this is a lot of work. So I just wanted to get a little bit more support for the teachers and to really thank them for everything that they've done. And I understand that some teachers may not have been as interactive during this distance learning aspect, but all of the teachers I know, they might have struggled with technology. They might have struggled with getting materials together. They might have struggled with just not understanding or not knowing exactly the best way to put their materials together. But just like the kids, they've done their best and they've tried really hard. And I know every single one of them would have appreciated as much time with their kids as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, we're going to bring in David, and then after David is Nicholas Frere. David?
Hi, it's actually Lisa, his wife. I have a child at Baywood and Bayside, and I just want to reiterate Julie MacArthur saying about an online curriculum. I think it's imperative that the students and teachers have this. They need something for both groups to be held accountable, and also the kids that choose to do 100% distance learning need to have some sort of curriculum. And since 3 out of the 5 days is going to be home distance learning, what are the kids going to be doing? Are they just going to be doing homework then? Will there be virtual teaching? And another point that someone said, to do Chromebooks during the school days when the kids are in the classroom. I don't think you should do that. They're going to be on their Chromebooks when they're not at school. Maybe send home videos of how to virtually and instructions for the kids to do things. And nothing was mentioned about PE minutes and possibly music minutes. I don't.
Lisa, did we lose you? Lisa? I believe we've lost Lisa. Okay. I apologize, Lisa, if you can still hear us. All right. Again, my sincere apologies. Let's go ahead and go on to the next public comment. Nicholas Frere, and then afterwards will be Ang Ling, or Ang Lang. So Nicholas.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I apologize. I timed this out to 3 minutes, so I'll try and talk fast. My name is Nicholas Frere, and I'm one of the band teachers at Brown Middle School, and I've been with the district now for 4 years, and I also work as an EMT for our county 911 system on the weekend and during the summer, which has helped inform my views and perspectives on health and safety during this pandemic. I'm also part of the middle school reopening task force. That being said, after much self-reflection and talking to many teachers at our school site, I cannot personally advocate strongly enough for switching our mindset away from this current hybrid system as we look towards reopening in the fall. I will be the first to acknowledge that the distance distance learning model that we implemented had several flaws and was not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but the proposed hybrid model system will not solve these issues, but rather make them worse. During the current models, we will only see each student for 60 minutes once a week, while then having little to no time to interact with these students that we are not seeing in our physical classes that day. It will cause us to still, in essence, be doing distance learning while then taking away over half of our hours in the day to actually run these distance learning classes, as well as being occupied with, while we are being occupied with the small person classes that we have on campus that day, while still trying to properly socially distance. Teachers will, in effect, be reinventing the wheel once again for a new system, while in essence planning and building two learning systems: a distance learning system for the days we do not see the students, and an in-person system in which we only see each student for 60 minutes once a week, leaving kids with less actual contact and interaction with teachers than in a possible full distance learning model. Having done distance learning with 200 plus music students, I can tell you that distance learning, planning, teaching, grading, and assessments takes way more time than anyone anticipated, and could not possibly be done properly with only having the afternoon hours of each day, in which we are already scheduled to work with vulnerable students on campus, work with distance learning students, and teach all 6 classes synchronously on Wednesdays with no additional planning time. I cannot advocate enough that we should be focused on only 2 possible scenarios. 1, creating a full distance learning model that actually works until we can move into 2, a full reopen with a focus on how to make it safe enough to actually happen following CDC guidelines. I know that distance learning has its major issues and inequalities, but with our district having done it for a quarter, can you imagine how much more we would be able to accomplish by spending all of this planning time figuring out and brainstorming how to solve all of these issues and how to make a distance learning system work for us, as opposed to trying to create and build a whole new system that has never been attempted and may still not be safe enough for us to implement. We should be spending our time focusing on how to make a system that we know keeps kids and staff safe work for us, and then turning it into an effective teaching tool for all. Once we have an effective teaching system in place, we can focus our efforts on how to phase back into on-campus, in-person instruction with health and safety as our focus. And finally, I'll just wrap it up then. And while yes, students are in a low-risk age group for COVID, most of these teachers that you are now asking to step into these classrooms are actually at high risk, in the high risk age group, and may have many vulnerable families at home that they'll now be having to walk into. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. All right.
Yeah, I will just remind folks, please try to keep it to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Ang, and then after that, PDRG. Okay, so Ang, bringing you in.
Thank you. My name is Angela, Ange for short. I just had a comment, or I guess a comment and question, regarding immersion programs, just to make sure to consider also the Chinese programs, given that that's a very specific language with specific needs, and how you implement the way that you teach that language and how that's incorporated into the day and into all the other academic curriculum, whether it's math or reading or writing. So just wanted to make sure that was considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. PDRG, and then after that will be Lonnie. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hi, this is Paula. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Paula. Thank you very much.
Sure. So I just had 3 points to hopefully share with you guys to think about. The first is, we've been talking a lot about support for teachers, which I think is great. I think the other piece that I haven't heard much about is support for parents. There's been a lot of discussion, even right at the start of this meeting today, where parents were really frustrated. And I think if there was any opportunity to provide some kind of support or how to be a teacher 101 or anything for parents, that would be amazing. It sounds like from what you guys just shared that there's going to be a lot of onus on the parents. I think the second point is, through the past 3 months, what I've seen, at least with our teacher who has held some daily sessions with our students, is I wonder if some of the parents are feeling like it's kind of babysitting time, where they put the kid in front of, the teacher for those 30 minutes, they leave. What's been really annoying is that there's lots of kids who use the chat feature. The teacher consistently says, hey, don't use the chat, don't use the chat, don't use the chat, and the parents are not there to hear it. It's super annoying, and the the teacher can't waste time to consistently say that. So just kind of tag teaming to my first point, like there have to be some support for the parents, but there also has to be some expectations set for the parents on like what is also expected of us. It's not just babysitting time. And the last point that I'll make is there has to be some way for us parents to give feedback on teachers that are not performing and that are not actually providing the education or the teaching that is being expected, both from a district level as also like from, just pure classroom. It seems like there's differences between schools, there's differences between grade levels within the school of how teachers are performing. So if there's some way for us to get feedback and for that feedback to actually be taken to action, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Okay, Lonnie, and then after Lonnie will be Christina Giovanni. Lonnie?
Hi, this is Lonnie. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to mention that that survey that went out, a few months ago before, with me in the hope that this corona would be resolved by now. Now at this point, I'm kind of changing my vote and wanting to extend distance learning, but with the expectation that there is an online curriculum. If I compare my two students, I have a 7th grader and a 1st grader. The 1st grade teacher met my son 3 days a week, which was awesome. And then we did home distance learning, with him as well, schoolwork and all of that. My 7th grader, on the other hand, very rarely, I can't even say once a week, met with his teachers, even one of them, and I found that very disconcerting. But because both me and my husband are considered essential workers, we didn't have enough time to really provide this feedback to the teachers in the moment. So again, I do thank you for allowing me to speak at this time. And I just, after hearing today's presentation, I really strongly suggest the online curriculum because, with a 2nd grader, first grader, having him jump back and forth between the different programs was difficult, and trying to get him to stay on task was difficult, especially because both me and my husband are working from home full time, and that's all I have to say. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Lonnie. Okay, Christina Giovanni, and then after Christina will be John Farrow. Christina?
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for all of your time and all your efforts that you are doing. I have a Highlands elementary schooler. However, I'm concerned and curious. I don't think there's enough information about the middle schoolers and what their academic calendar or schedule would be like. I'm concerned that there's so many children crossing each other's paths, and how are they going to be held accountable to maintain the distancing and just, transitioning from period to period. Will they be doing the transitioning? Will it be mostly on distance learning only? Will it be the teachers moving around from, period to period? So just those questions, I guess. And then and I'm an occupational therapist with a different district. And I did know not everyone showed up for our meetings. So I'm wondering if distance learning is an option for all students, and how can we hold the parents accountable to attend with the kids if necessary. And I do believe the younger grades, they need a little bit more structure. I totally get that it would be very difficult to run a 1st grade class and a 2nd grade class online. I'm all for the curriculum, particularly for the younger levels. But how can we hold these children and families accountable, especially with their schedules? So I really do love what people are saying about parents and getting them involved, and and what is the expectation there, and will it work with these schedules, or is there optional schedules where I ended up recording all of my sessions. I did one general session in case they couldn't make it to a meeting, so they could come back and do it anytime they wanted. I'd like to put forward that as options for. I know it's a little bit more work for teachers, but if we're having those recorded times, then I think it should be fine. And then the one more thing I do think we need to talk about is is social emotional learning, and that curriculum being incorporated into the school day. I think it is necessary, especially for
Christina, your 2 minutes are up. Could you wrap up really quickly, please? My apologies.
That's all I wanted to say. I just think we need to consider the social emotional learning and the social skill building, social time, and have that be a part of the day.
Awesome. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate it. Okay, we have John Farrow, and then afterwards, Roboto Games. John?
Hi, I'm a parent of a middle school student. I've got, I think, 4 points. First, I'm concerned that in identifying these stable cohorts that not enough emphasis may be put on minimizing the number of contacts. You said it's not a clear objective, but I think it should be to the extent it's feasible. I'm particularly concerned about the mix and match going on with the middle school. In the example you gave, the cohort that he would be in contact with is 135 other students. I think you might want to consider arranging stable cohorts of 15 kids who share exactly the same class schedule, and so there's no mixing and matching outside of that. I think that you could do that. You might need to restrict elective choices or offer the opportunity to opt out, but I think that not enough attention is being given to minimizing the size of the middle school cohorts, and I think that could be done. Second, I share the concern of the last speaker about movements. I'm wondering whether moving from classroom to classroom, they're going to be sharing each other's desks, which I think is, it's not going to work if there's only cleaning them on Wednesdays. I think some thought should be given to leaving the students in one room and having the teachers move. I think that'll simplify passing, reduce the number of people in the hallways, and also enforce the discipline of maintaining stable cohorts. I think that model ought to be at least considered. Third, for those of us who seriously want to consider distance learning as a full alternative, I think you need to provide more of a description of it than has been provided in these PowerPoints. And I appreciate that these are just PowerPoints and the emphasis was on the mechanics of the hybrid model. But before you put this out to parents, an accurate description of the distance learning options should be laid out. And then finally, I hope that there will be some thought given to allowing parents to move from the hybrid to distance learning if they find that the hybrid is not working. And I don't know whether you're asking us to make an irrevocable election or whether we could change it mid-year. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, we have Roboto Games and then Carter Trout.
Hello. Hi, apologies. I didn't find a way to change my name, but this is Mathilde Pignol. I have a first grader now going into second grade at Baywood Elementary School. And I wanted to say that I was rather disappointed with how distance learning went. I have, a very good student at school, and through lack of support, he really had a lot of difficulties and issues that made us contact the school counselor, etc. So. Distance learning as it was, I think I would urge you to try and set expectations for the teachers to spend more time in synchronous instruction, or at least more support. And I realize that the teachers also need support, and it's a difficult situation. Another point that I wanted to make is for the alternatives that you considered, the AM/PM schedule where the kids are at school every day. I would urge you to reconsider that for the students who are really struggling with distance learning, and wanted to say that the childcare challenges are going to be there no matter what you choose, short of going to school full time, because the parents are going to need to be there and watch the kids anyway. So I realize this is a difficult situation. I would encourage you and urge you to set expectations for teachers, and I'm a big supporter of public school, but my husband and I are considering potentially leaving the district because it really was not working well for us. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Okay, Carter Trout, and then afterwards Susan. Carter?
Hi, yes, thank you for the time. I have two kids at Baywood. I'd like to second the comments previously about the lack of involvement of parents in this process. I'd love to see more open forums for parents to provide feedback. In addition, I'd like to second the prior comments by Deb Carlson regarding setting consistent expectations of teachers. In particular, I'd like to ensure that teachers provide regular feedback to each child. I found this to be very inconsistent most recently. In addition, I'd like to second the previous comments of Julie MacArthur about needing to focus on a distance learning curriculum. I think we need to free up time for teachers to interact with kids, even if it's by video. I recognize that this past spring, everyone was doing their best with very little planning, but we all need to do a better job in the new school year. And I have a question. I'd like to better understand what happens if there's a positive coronavirus case in a school. How long does that school shut down? And doesn't that imply that we should really plan to have a great distance learning experience that's effective? Because that may become more common than we all would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Carter. Okay. And then we have Susan, and after Susan will be Pamela 18. Susan?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
wonderful. I have a student at Bayside, and I just want to let you know that I was fully engaged as his full-time homeschool distance learning teacher the last 3 months. And I got a sense that I concur with a lot of what you're hearing. One is just the idea that I don't know how you, for a middle schooler, you do 5 subjects in 4 hours, because for 2 subjects alone, it was taking us 4 hours, not leaving time for the other subjects during the day. So we really have to keep the students in mind, their experience, the whole idea of jumping around platforms, the lack of consistency between teachers, there was no standard. And so that's really important because that's the transition time, and many of our children are learning at this stage how to develop their executive function skills. You know, where I think online learning could support that, but I'm not really clear that the teachers would really have an idea of that and understand that. I do have concerns about how PE will roll out. I happen to have a child with an IEP, and I don't know where his guided studies teacher was for the semester, the remainder of the semester. He did use a lot of screen time in his class. So I would like to see less screen time as we move forward. And I do think that there has not been a lot of interaction between teachers and parents. What I experienced with just commenting on Google Classroom and assignments was there was no notification when a parent or when a teacher commented back. You never knew what was going on, so there was very little feedback back to the student about how they were progressing or what they needed to improve. So those need to be considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, we have Pamela 18, and then afterwards will be Francis Goslin. Pamela?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to bring up 3 points for the board to consider, and these are the 3 points, or referencing some of the 6 points that the previous speaker was talking about in regards to like issues that still needed to be resolved. And so the first concern is that I am deeply concerned that equity groups seem like they were given a second thought. It didn't seem like they were prioritized in the way that the mission of the district lays out to be. So I would ask the school board to reconsider having a clear understanding about who's in those groups, the assessments that are taking place, how it's going to impact long-term for those groups that tend to be marginalized and again, kind of left behind because of a lot of different systemic issues. To a point that someone was making earlier, distance learning has definitely impacted us all, but it does impact us disproportionately depending on the services that we have and the different resources that we come from. And so I ask the board again to consider all of the different inequities that are impacting the students, and that you do set up systems in place for the fall that are going to be able to, that are going to allow students to access learning in an equitable manner. My other point is regarding staffing and online curriculum. While I understand, I am personally an educator, and while I understand that some parents feel the need maybe to quickly jump to this online curriculum, you have to understand that there is a lot of work on the end of the teachers to adapt that curriculum, implement it, and then see whether or not it's actually going to be a successful and viable thing for long-term use. And so I ask that, again, we don't just throw money into an online curriculum, but we actually invest maybe in more teachers who are interested in providing a robust curriculum, which we have already done so. And lastly, my final point, I'm sorry, it's going to be quick, is this idea of Chrome accessing or buying Chromebooks to have students have a one-on-one support structure. I do think that there are other alternatives that we need to consider, possibly having some non-online different types of teaching pedagogical techniques that teachers can adapt, because screen time is definitely something that is going to affect students long-term. And so something for you all to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pamela. All right, Francis Goslin, and then afterwards will be Shannon Templin. Francis?
Yes, hello. This is Julie Farrand speaking. I have an incoming fourth grader at Highlands, as well as an incoming sixth grader at Burrell Middle School. And I thank you for your time this evening. I'm deeply concerned with 100% distance learning option as we reopen in August. I attended Nancy McGee's presentation via Thrive, and I was very encouraged with the San Mateo County's readiness to support a hybrid teaching model in August, assuming all 4 pillars from the recovery framework are respected and the infection rate doesn't increase. I urge the district to choose and support the hybrid system as the starting point for reentry in schools. Distance learning has not been equitable across classes within one grade, across all grades, within one school, or across all the schools in the district. Teachers were not required to teach during phases 1 and 2 of distance learning. The district has not given us the confidence that distance learning will be optimized and will become distance teaching in the fall. Teaching has been outsourced to the parents. The proposed return to school via 100% distance learning plan is not in line with the practices of the surrounding Bay Area businesses and services that are currently being implemented now in June to return to normal. Parents are returning to work. This scenario should only be considered distance learning should the infection rate increase in the fall. The San Mateo County Office of Education has given us the green light to proceed with direct, in-person, and on-campus teaching options. And from tonight's presentation, the teaching guidelines and teaching minutes are still too loose with the hybrid model. We need to move towards distance teaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Shannon, and then afterwards will be Jessica Weidman. Shannon?
Hi, I'm going to try to jump around. I'll probably jump around a little because of my scribbled notes. But the first thing I wanted to say is this, to go back to what I said earlier about the parent board teacher relationship. I get that, you know, we need to be respectful of each other's time, but this is our, like I said, this is our kids' future. And to have start several hours into a meeting comments on this when we recognize people at the beginning of the meeting. Maybe in a time like this, we need to be mindful that this is where our focus should be, and parents to rush through a 2-minute talk. There's a lot of people that want to talk, but it's important. Everybody's points are important given that these are our children. I might have missed it earlier because I had 3 kids running around, but I heard talk about the timeline for returning to normal and what it needs to look like for it to return to normal. I really hope whatever plan is rolled out, that it's very clear that the end goal is to return to normal whenever, as soon as possible. And there, of course, there's, somewhat of adjustments that old habits, let's wash hands, let's do things that maybe teachers didn't have time to before, put some priorities on that, but to move things back as quickly as possible. And if we are on a distance learning type model and things with the virus are clearing up, can students go back then to school? Will there be a choice for a family to jump back in, or are you asking for a time commitment? As far as the days ending at lunchtime, we're going to lose the hours on the days that they're not there, as well as those hours in the afternoon. If teachers have the Wednesday to prepare, or even most of the Wednesday, that's another big loss of time. And quickly, the sprayers, that makes me a little bit nervous, what we're spraying, where we're spraying in the classrooms, and if we're concerned that the virus leaves something on a surface, whatever we're spraying is also leaving something on a surface that our kids are becoming. The last thing I want to say is the Chromebooks. It wasn't that long ago that I had a little baby, she's 9, that we took a parenting class, and they gave us a little schedule of how little kids should not spend on electronics and screens, and now all of a sudden it just seems completely out the window. Do we have to have, when kids are in class, do we really have to have a Chromebook? Can we not just do the in-class things on those days, as well as not spend the money to, even if it's through donations? It seems very wasteful when kids are spending so much time on screens as it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon. Okay, Jessica Weidman, and then afterwards will be Valerie. Jessica? Jessica, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now. Thank
Okay, sorry, thanks. I just want to start off by saying I completely agree with Leah and Paul and many of the other parents who've already spoken about their concerns. I do want to touch on the paired days versus alternating weeks. I know that was one of the considerations that David brought up. I do want to point out, I feel like that should be given a little bit more attention. It would give better time exposure for teachers to students. Regardless, childcare is always going to be an issue. Giving parents the opportunity for kids to be in school 5 days over a 2-week period versus 4. You cut in half the amount of deep cleanings that the classrooms need to go through. If these sprays are something where teachers shouldn't be exposed and they need time to dry, then even better for them to be done over a weekend. And so I just kind of wanted to make sure that was something that was given legitimate concern or consideration. The other thing is touching on what Shannon just mentioned is a 5-hour, cutting the class time at 4.5 hours. I realize that there's a union thing with teachers needing their lunch breaks, and wondering if there's a way to have them set up their lesson plans that allow for other staff, whether it's office staff or other staff that are allowed to be around the kids, to provide lunches at specific times. So whether that means, I'm part of a union and work as a nurse. I'm told I take my lunch at 10:30, and that's when I do it regardless of what's going on in my day. And so you try to kind of adjust your schedule that way. So hoping that maybe that can be kind of considered. The other thing about COVID, this is all all of this is being driven by COVID, and someone touched on what we do if one child becomes symptomatic or gets COVID, but I'm wondering, what is the plan for testing? If there is a plan for testing, does the school have access to testing kits? Are we making an assumption that families can get their kids tested or get themselves tested, especially considering equity and making sure that that's accessible to everyone?
Thank you, Jessica. All right, Valerie, then after Valerie will be Trio. Valerie?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Rosas. My name is Valerie Benavides, and I wanted to go back first to David's presentation. I know it's been a while since we've had a lot of comments, and I just want to, thanks for the presentation. It has a lot of information, and I want to go back to how we're going to disseminate this information to our parents. And I know that Dr. Rosa says that, you know, it would be available on the website. I just want to keep in mind that, you know, not everybody's represented at these meetings. We have a huge Spanish-speaking population amongst all of our schools. And I want to ensure that those parents get this information in a way that they understand. This information is very complex, you know, acronyms and different terms that they're not familiar with. These parents are also the ones that their children are, you know, are kind of suffering from that digital divide. And so to ask them to come to, you know, a virtual meeting, access Zoom, it's not feasible. And so please keep that in mind. I know that you guys are all very mindful. I thank you, Shara, Noelia, all of you that sit on the Tech Equity Task Force and you talk about these things. It's very, very important. I'd like to see some of, you know, these, some of us that are bilingual parents to kind of be those ambassadors to those Spanish-speaking families that really need assistance, but really want to understand and are kind of silenced. And you're not hearing their voices and their concerns because they don't have the means to come forward. So just want to make sure that that information that was given to us today by David can really get across to those families. Secondly is I want to just echo a little bit about what some of our families said in regards to Fiesta Gardens. Oh, my time is up. So it was just around the online curriculum, and that for us, our teachers have to learn a new curriculum in the Spanish language and be able to teach it. So for them to come back and do that, they will need to have a lot of support. And those are things to be considered for Fiesta and probably even for College Park. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Valerie. Okay, we have Trio and then Sandy Arata afterwards. Trio?
Yeah, hi, this is Trina. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Earlier tonight, I listened to the plans for middle school, and I do have some of the same concerns as Christina and John mentioned earlier. And you did talk about splitting students into two groups, A and B, and for our middle school, that would basically be like 425 students on campus, which is quite a bit. And as I understood it, the students will still be moving around from period to period. So as some of the other parents also mentioned, isn't it just safer to keep the cohorts in one classroom and then have the teachers move around instead of the students? And I don't want to mention all the reasons here because some other parents already did. And also, when you send out more information about the fall plans, could you please elaborate a little bit more on how middle school will look? Because I don't think there was a lot of information in the presentation tonight. I also want to mention that we did have a pretty positive experience with distance learning. Our kids' teachers, I think, did a really great job under the circumstances, and we all know that was not easy, just to pivot like that. I know that distance learning isn't ideal during normal times, but we all have to acknowledge too, I think, that times just aren't normal right now, and distance learning might just be ideal right now. Maybe we need to put more resources into perfecting it, because we all know if there is a COVID case at campus, at one of the campuses, you know, we might have to close, and then what do we have to do? We have to go back to distance learning, right? And lastly, I want to mention that I think we all need to consider also that schools are teachers' workplace, and I think they should be able to feel safe when they go back to work. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trina. Okay, Sandy Arata, then afterwards, Just Ka. Sandy?
Oh, okay.
Hi. So my comments are, I think that this is way too much distance learning. I say that as someone who has an incoming kindergartner, and I just do not think that they can learn over a computer, no matter what kind of amazing curriculum you have or videos or whatever. I just think that that cannot happen. I'm so worried about my kindergartner being in a classroom for 8 hours a week rather than the 20 that she was supposed to be. I also think that distance learning is really hard with the immersion programs that our district has. I don't think that teachers can be expected to do online and in class at the same time, which means those distance learning days are going to be, you know, homework, parents teaching, all of those things that we have seen do not work. Starting online at the beginning of the year defeats the purpose of needing to be together to build community for distance learning to have any shot at working. So I really hope that that doesn't happen. I have a kid who previously loved school and now totally hates it. And I really hope that that can change when we go back. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, Jess Kaw, and then afterwards will be Eric Park. Jess?
Hi, thank you for your time and attention. I'm super grateful for all of you on the board and Dr. Rosas. I am a longtime teacher in the district and also a parent of 2 wonderful students who had a great education from our district. First, I want to echo and thank Julie MacArthur for her wise and supportive words and all the leadership she has offered at this difficult time, and all her efforts to help us collaborate and help teachers to give students the best and safest education possible. I have to say, I'm concerned about the new, the proposed idea of the AP schedule in the idea of there being a 4 or a 4.5 hour day scheduled. I can support the AB schedule and understand its benefits, but 4 to 4.5 hours is a long period of time, especially for younger students who are not going to have a normal or proper recess. My number one concern, though, is safety and health. It is the concern of the bathrooms. Due to the cleanliness standards and the issues and the age and stage of our elementary students, they really should be on campus for 2 to 2.5 hours in order to properly handle the bathroom situation. Also, I just want to please remind all of us as a community, I am a parent, I am a teacher, I am a citizen. I love this community. We are all in uncharted waters. This is unprecedented times. We need to be putting our empathy and community mindedness to the forefront. We are not in a perfect situation. That being said, I think it would be necessary and valuable for us moving forward to have some clear distance learning expectations set for students, teachers, and parents. Things have been challenging for all of us. We understand the difficulties they're facing. These are unique times. We need to create new agreements so that we can all do our best to do what is safe and best for our students and teachers and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Eric Park, and then after Eric will be Gunit. Eric?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I am a parent of a 2nd grader at Parkside Montessori, and I just had some 3 quick questions and comments. First one is, I noticed that the hybrid schedule allocates time for cleaning on Wednesdays, but what happens when the second cohort switches back? Is there going to be cleaning on Saturdays as well? Next question is, will there be learning specialists and teacher aides in the hybrid model? And if so, will they be moving between classes or classrooms? And finally, the Montessori schools in this district have classrooms that span multiple grades. So when coming up with these cohorts, I ask that you be cognizant that that those cohorts may span multiple grades as well, so you don't split them needlessly. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. All right, Gunit, and then afterwards will be Pierre.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you for giving us this opportunity and doing this. I know it's been a long call for everybody, but I just have a few points to make out. So I have an incoming 5th grader and an incoming 1st grader at Brewer Island. So far, my experience has been pretty good. The teachers have been amazing, and we have had plenty of opportunity to connect with the teachers, and so same goes for the kids. But I know it's been a tough year for everyone, and then it's been a learning curve for all of us, not only parents, teachers, as well as the kids. And this year, the kids were not graded because it was online learning, so there was no assessments being done. But going forward, how do we assess them? I mean, my kid is going to be a 5th grader, so I want to ensure that, you know, the distance learning kids are not being left out of the loop. They are being given equal opportunities, learning avenues, I mean, compared to the kids in hybrid models. And then also, how do we assess our STEM goals, science and education goal, engineering goals, maths goal? Apart from that, also art and PE goals, especially in our distance learning program. And also for the success of distance learning, are we planning to have distance learning teachers 100% dedicated to that program, or are we gonna shuffle them around from a hybrid model? I mean, it's gonna be hard for the teachers as well, because if they are gonna be sometimes in a hybrid model and sometimes in a distance learning model, how are they gonna justify, you know, their time and their efforts? So I just want to understand, where do we stand and how do we assess the gradings going forward? That's all. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you. Okay, Pierre, and then after Pierre will be Randy Painter. Pierre? Are you there, Pierre?
Sorry. Hey, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yeah, so between Group A and Group B, I understand that after the Friday, the Group A is going to resume again on Monday. And I know someone questioned about the cleaning between that time, but I guess the virus doesn't really survive more than 48 hours without anybody there. So I think that's going to take care of that. My other thing is I would really urge the board to really focus on education. You know, I know a lot of parents will hear equity, equity, equity. You need to put, my desire is for you to put your political agenda aside. You're on a school board and really see what's best for the education of anyone. And a lot of people highlighted the fact that disadvantaged families are more impacted by distance learning than advantaged families. So that's my feedback, and then I will support a lot of parents who said we do need a curriculum, an online curriculum, in case we have to go back to full distance learning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pierre. Okay, Randy Painter, and afterwards will be Martin. Randy?
Hi. So this pandemic has certainly changed my family's life, and it's had a huge impact on my kids, as I know it has on every other family in this district. And we're all doing the best that we can, and I trust that you all are doing and trying your best on behalf of all of the district students. And I really appreciate the efforts for the equity needs for all the students in the district. My instinct is that with how David Chambliss listed the qualifying needs, it could be that up to a half of our students could qualify for at least one of the categories that would put them in this equity group. Is there a solid percentage that he can report? And then on another topic, it was reported that based on the initial survey, approximately 25% of the students will opt for distance learning. So although you're hearing a lot from vocal parents tonight about skepticism about the distance learning, I suspect there's going to be probably an even higher than 25% of students that will opt for the distance learning. So at any rate, 25%, that's a pretty solid percentage. I wonder whether you might consider leaning into this need for organized distance learning and actually establishing something like temporary virtual schools for the whole year with teachers and administration that will specialize in distance learning. And further, I suggest that there be specialized support that's not the assigned the actively teaching teacher, right? That's actually in the classroom teaching for students who are in the hybrid model, but the support for the students, the hybrid students during their distance learning time. Thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, we have Martin, and then after Martin, we have Kayla Castro. Martin?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your work. I'm the parent of a child entering TK, and I think the presentation tonight was good, but I hope you're not, I may have misunderstood, I hope you're not planning on deciding anything next Thursday. You're clearly more than a week away from having any of this figured out. Please keep up the hard work. I believe the hybrid model will result in more overall exposure to kids than just reopening the schools. But since reopening is not an option, I expect to be preferring the full distance model. I need info on that distance model as I haven't seen anything in the presentation. Who will be doing that distance teaching? Will it be done by school? And if it's not working, can kids come back mid-semester? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, Kayla Castro.
Hi, thank you.
Oh, my apologies, Kayla. I accidentally hit the wrong button. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. My apologies. Thank you.
That's okay, not a problem. Thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Rosas, for putting on another great meeting tonight. One of my concerns is spraying these classrooms. My son is going to be a kindergartner here at George Hall, and I know that a lot of classrooms don't have windows and proper ventilation. I want to make sure that you guys are considering proper filtration systems with proper AC units. That way it's not just still air and these children are not breathing all different types of chemicals. I know that they're going to be wearing masks for 4 hours or even more a day. That might help them not breathe it in, but still they need proper filtration and ventilation systems in the classrooms. And then I just want to shout out the teachers for all their hard work during these last 3 months of this pandemic, and shout out the parents for their hard work. You know, it's not easy being a parent trying to learn and homeschool their children during this time, especially when you don't know and you've never done it before. So my condolences to everybody that has tried their hardest during this time. You guys are all angels and you guys are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Okay, President Corzo, there are no other hands up at this time.
Thank you, Peter. Public comment on this item is now officially closed. Moving on to discussion from our board. Trustee Chin.
I always seem to have to go first because we do this alphabetical.
You can pass if you want.
I know I can pass. No, I've had, in some ways, the luxury of, because of the different committees I sit on, have been able to see the evolution of our fall opening plans over the last 2 weeks. And it's been sort of very stressful in some ways because, as I think everyone can hear, we have a wide spectrum of families who want different things and who need different things. It makes me think about John Lee. John Lee was a city council member in the city of San Mateo. He passed away years ago. He used to come to these meetings and public meetings, and basically say, like, you know, he can guarantee one thing, and he can guarantee that not everyone's going to be happy. And it's sort of like it kind of comes down to that, because there are so many logistical issues here and so many problems so many things that we've discovered, whether it was phase 1 or phase 2 of distance learning. I stressed probably a month ago, I think it was, I don't know how many meetings ago we've had, because we seem to have had almost weekly meetings regarding this, that, we've been trying to pivot very quickly on so many different things. And at the beginning of phase 2, we had, whether it was Governor Newsom come out and say, oh, no one's going back to school this year, or Superintendent Tony saying something else, or Dr. Moreau saying something. And we've been all sort of been just struggling and trying to keep afloat. And one of the issues just recently happened right now is, if those who are following, Dr. Moreau kind of put his hands up just a couple days ago and said, okay, all the education decisions, here's the framework and you guys go. And whereas before we used to sort of rely on him as a backstop in terms of health decisions and when we need to close schools and whatnot, now he's basically moving towards giving us the decisions, which is fine, because I think we're in the education community. So this is what we're responsible for doing. I will say that it's been difficult, distance learning. I could hear the frustrations with a lot of parents and teachers through our public comment period, that it hasn't been easy. And I know it hasn't been easy. I mean, from my own personal experience with my kids, I've had to actually throw in my hands and just give up a few days, because for my own personal, mental health, it just wasn't working. And so I know it's been hard, and I know it's been hard on everybody. But I feel like what we have to do, and I don't have any specific comments related to what was said or the presentation, but the issue is that I feel like we do need to come to a decision on what we're going to do. And we don't have all the answers, but we need to take that one first step. And if we're doing that next week, we need to actually come to decisions that this is what we are doing. Because once we make that first step and make that decision, then we can start addressing all the other logistical issues. I know transportation came up, and the issues, I'm not sure if everyone knows that we as a district transport 1,000 kids a day to school. And if all of a sudden that one bus could hold 60 kids and now can only hold 10 because of social distancing, I mean, that's a huge logistical nightmare for us. And I think that there's so many different things that are out there that we have to consider. But in my mind, we do have to make that first step and actually make a decision and let the families know that we are making this decision. And, who knows? We've been in this thing for 3 months right now. School is 2 months away. Who knows what's going to happen next week? But the reality is, or in a few weeks, but the reality is we have to plan for the fall with what we know right now. And at the moment, I have gone back and forth between like the week versus 2 days versus 2 days. And at this moment, I think, we kind of have to make a decision. And I know that if we have a special meeting next week only on this to decide, we just all need to make a decision. Because if you actually back up the time from August 12th for when we start, and how much time the teachers need to plan, the principals need to plan, all the other logistics need to plan, all the curriculum and everything else, and then all the MOUs and everything else with the teachers, everything, we actually don't really have a lot of time left. So I feel like we just need to make a decision. I think that we do need to go ahead and send this out to our parents and families and just get it out there. So I know that there's a lot of logistical questions that have come up, and a lot of people made really good comments. And I know that those things that we will have to address. But I just personally feel like we need to start making a decision soon. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chen. Trustee Hitchcock?
There is a lot of thoughts, and my apologies if it's not succinct, but First off, I think I need to clarify my previous comments and questions. I never said that I do not support an online curriculum. I specifically said that I am not against it. And then that, along with the one-on-one Chromebook instruction, I was just trying to throw out an idea that would not only alleviate additional work for teachers, but also increase the amount of time they have for training, prep, and collaboration. Because the more time we can give them to do that, it will only make whatever model we choose a better one. What I am in support of is providing the best care and education with a robust curriculum implemented for every child, whether it's in-person, distance learning, or hybrid. No matter what we choose, you know, kind of what Ken's, it's not going to make everybody happy. But whatever it is chosen, the plan needs to be clearly understood and outlined for everyone to understand, teachers, staff, children, families, just to ensure that everybody understands the expectations. And it sounds like there are a lot of a variety of implementation strategies that should be considered, and many parents that are ready to be a part of those discussions and be part of solution. There's not going to be one schedule that appeals to everyone, but the main point is to keep everyone as healthy and safe as possible. And you do that by limiting the amount of exposure to others. And one way is modifying schedules. I think, you know, is any of this ideal? Of course not. But we all know we're not in an ideal world right now. And I think we sometimes forget that we're in a pandemic. You know, just because restrictions have loosened, that doesn't mean we're in the clear. And actually, we can't get complacent, and we need to be more diligent about following health and safety measures. We're all facing the situation at the same speed that none of us have ever experienced before. So I thank all parties, the teachers, the staff, the parents, the children, for all of us experience this together and want to have the best possible outcome for everyone. But I also think in the conversations that we've been on with county calls and school board calls, I think we really need to stop including when things go back to normal. Because yeah, we all want that, but we don't know when that's going to happen. Let's be honest, it's not going to happen for quite some time. So I think we need to focus on the here and now, and the immediate future and immediate needs, and that includes supporting our teachers and staff. We need to address their health and safety concerns, so that way they want to come back to school. Because as we all know, if they're not, if they're not here, then there's not going to be any instruction, and there will never be 100% a normal schedule. And then after that, it's also the health and safety needs of our children that have to be addressed before we can truly shift our sole attention on the education aspect, which of course is, important, but before we can have healthy learning, we have to have healthy minds. And I think there have been a lot of, we all get into our own, life takes kind of over, and we forget about everybody and what's happening, what other people are going through. And we all know that it's important for kids to have in-person instruction. We all know that all children need rigorous instruction that challenges them. But they're not going to be open to even learning if they don't feel safe and comfortable. So I think, you know, I don't really have anything to say or recommend we do this, but I just think there's a lot of input from everybody that's valid and needs to be considered, because, you know, it's new. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Parker. I appreciate the discussion, and thank you to everyone that made comments. I took down some common theme notes and just wanted to kind of reiterate them. So I think it's important to know that we all want to keep our kids and faculty and staff safe and healthy during this time, and there isn't one model that's going to fit all family situations. I was thinking more about the 100% distance learning option, and I think to be able to survey families and find out whether that's something that they would want to do, it needs to be pretty clear as to what that's going to look like for families, because I think you can't really make an informed decision without knowing what's expected, how we're going to ensure that all of the students that are doing the 100% distance learning, how they're going to receive their excellent education, and what the curriculum looks like. So I think with more information there, it might make the decision a little bit easier for people, and maybe that might even free up some additional space if people felt like they would get a really good solid education from the distance learning model. Also, I was thinking one of the things that came up was screen time, and for this period of time that we've been in distance learning, all of our kids have been on Chromebooks and devices because there wasn't that method to be able to get handouts and hard copies of things that they could bring home. And so maybe with this model where we come back part-time, it'll provide more opportunities for them to take home that like traditional homework packets or whatever it is that can kind of get them off their screens and doing work on paper and pencil. That's the old school way. And then also I just wanted to stress the need for identifying those different equity groups who would fit into those categories. And my concern is that at some schools, there's going to be more kids that fit into those categories than others at some of the other schools. And how do we ensure that we're capturing all those students and giving them what they need, especially if they're in a school where there may be more than half of a class or something like that. And let's see. Oh, and then also just was thinking about in my own family, some of the things that I would think about that I would really like prioritize when they're on campus, things that we're kind of missing right now is the social emotional piece, building relationships and community with their friends. And so like we just haven't been successful at doing the social emotional online things that they've been given. So I just want to make sure that when they are back in school, and not only are they learning, but that's their time to get those things that they're not getting while they're at home. And that's all my thoughts for now. Thank you, Trustee Watkins.
Right. Thanks everyone for being here. And, you know, we know it's late and, you know, there's a lot going on right now. And for everyone's comments and for the presentation. I guess I want to start by just reminding us all that we are in a pandemic. These times are not normal. This is a pandemic. This is the first time where any of us have been alive where we have been in a global pandemic. That includes all the parents that are here and their kids. That also includes our teachers and our staff and their families and their kids. That includes our district staff and their families. That includes the board. That includes all of us. And so it is stressful and it is scary and it is uncertain and it is frustrating, and we are all in this pandemic. So I think it's really important for us to be reminded of that, because I hear the frustration and the upset and the anxiety, and it's valid. And please know that on all sides of this, people are experiencing and feeling that. We did this analogy well, I'm not going to go there because time. Okay. The other thing that I wanted, or one other thing I wanted to share, there have been some comments tonight around Scott Morrow and what he said, and so as a district, we maybe should make different decisions because he's saying that he's not saying that we should be going back to school full time as things were. That's definitely that is not what is being said, and that would be irresponsible. We are, again, in a pandemic. In the same notes where he talks about schools making decisions and balancing needs, he also states that our case rate remains high and hospitalizations until recently were worsening, and that they are predicting a second wave in August when school is supposed to begin. He also states that you, meaning all of us, are the most important variable in how our future will develop if we follow the key behaviors recommended, which are included in these 4 pillars, including extensive use in facial coverings. That will bode well. If we don't, our future will be dim. As to the second wave, the existence and its severity is entirely up to you. So we hold that. This is not, he is not giving us permission to say, let's go back as things are. We are in a pandemic. So I want to make sure we're all very much grounded in that. And I think that David's presentation around prioritizing health and safety has to be what's prioritized. And I know it's frustrating, and it's frustrating that we aren't further along, and it's frustrating that we can't go back full time. That would be the decision all of us would make in a second if that were a safe option. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We would love for all of our kids to be back in school. We know that this is so far from ideal. I'll also say, and I want to give kudos to our district, we sit on a lot of different calls throughout the week with other elected officials that are not on school boards, elected officials that are on school boards, and we are much further along in terms of where we are than many other districts in our area and around this country. And we have prioritized equity and have been thinking creatively about what that could look like in a way that I haven't heard a single other district talk about yet. And that doesn't mean it's not happening. We don't go to all of the board meetings. Our district is really pushing forward with some of these things in a way that aren't happening everywhere. So I just wanted to say that. I also, one other kind of general point, and then I have a couple areas that I wanted to chat about. I want to remind us, and I shared this at the very beginning, we as a school system are now very much bearing the brunt of many social systems that have failed, that we are now being asked to respond to. And it is really hard to set those aside and say, we actually can't do that in addition to all of these other things we have to do as a school district. We can't carry all of the lack of access to childcare, the fact that people have to go back to work, and all of these, the childcare isn't, we can't, that's a societal failure. Those are failures of other systems not working well and not taking into account all of those factors. But we can't solve all of that, right? And so what we're really focusing on now is what is in our locus of control and what needs to be a priority. So I also just want us to keep that in mind, because I think we are in the nature, or in the, just because of the kinds of people that focus on education and what's best for kids are the kinds of people that want to make sure all of those things work, because it has broader impacts on our families and our community. And that's something that we all really care about. And we also have to give ourselves a little bit of permission to say we actually can't solve all of those things. And there are other organizations and agencies that need to step up and take some of those things on. I'll try to be kind of quick with some of these, but I just, a couple of things around communication. I just wanted to clarify, I believe that this was stated, but it came up a couple of times in public comment. When the additional survey is sent out, I just want to clarify that the details around expectations for both options will be shared. So there will be clarity around distance learning, expectations for distance learning, clarity around hybrid, expectations for that in the survey. Is that accurate?
That's what we would like to have.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to clarify. I know that came up.
That's with the survey. Now, I'm just going to send out this information,
right,
you know, like it is, so that everybody has it, you know, by first of next week.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I also just wanted to make sure it is on our radar. I think there were really great points around how we're prioritizing communication to our Spanish-speaking families, families that don't have access potentially to technology. I know that we've done a great job at our distribution sites with other paper handouts, so wondering if we could just make sure we're prioritizing communication around that in places where we know we already have families and students attending. I also think that as we move forward, once we have a framework, and I know there's frustration around levels of involvement there, I'll just say, you know, we're applying for preschool for my daughter and they haven't asked me what I wanted there. You know, there are some parameters that they need to put in place, and then we'll kind of engage parents. And so in terms of what's even feasible, but once we kind of have that framework, I think it will be great, just given the amount of that people, you know, this is really tough times. How can we potentially set up some parent engagement meetings to kind of thoroughly explain, answer questions, those kinds of things, once we kind of have this set forward, and also potentially prioritize a meeting, which we did with our LCAP engagement for our Spanish-speaking families that's held in Spanish. I think that would be great. And then I'll just say the same thing for, I know we are going to be working on communication to our incoming K parents, but just wanting to set that also up as a group that I want us to make sure that we're thinking about, because it's a crazy time to start kindergarten. Just to bring us back to equity for a moment, you know, there are some comments. I know it's hard for everyone, but the experience our kids are having are vastly different. I stated this statistic when I read my speech last week, but I just want to state it again from NPR that came out, I think, a week or so ago. 38% of kids from America's lowest income homes and 35% of kids in special education are doing little or no remote learning. By contrast, 83% of kids from families making over $100,000 a year are doing it every day. That is significant. And we have to keep that in mind. And I'm so grateful to our district that is number 2. That has to be, after health and safety, what we prioritize. And I'm glad that we're thinking creatively about what that can look like and about how we can focus in on our students that need a lot. I mentioned this before, but I do want to make sure that we're really thinking about how we're gathering data around where our students are, and using that to really determine equity groups that are based on where students are currently. I just want to, I guess, flag one thing as we think about kind of these equity groups or cohorts. I want to be careful that doesn't turn into tracking. So how are we ensuring that there's integration? You know, what I don't want is for us to have all the kids that really struggle. And I know it gets tricky with all of the other things, but I think that's a fine line that we walk. And so I just want us to keep that on our radar. And I wonder if there's also creative solutions around, you know, I'm glad to hear that SDC will have access to 4 days a week. That consistency with instruction and services is huge. I think the same is true for some of our other subgroups. Are there any creative solutions to, for example, using Wednesday? I know that we've talked about using our specialists and TOSAs in lots of different ways. Is there a possibility of leveraging some of, you know, their skill set and bringing in groups on Wednesday? I don't know. I'm just throwing out, you know, are there ways that we could think about? Because we're still talking about 2 days out of 5 for those groups. Is there any way that we could increase that? Curriculum, it sounds like that's something that's needed and could help us better track, better monitor, and provide teachers and parents with supports. As we think about that, I do want to be sure we're also thinking about the culturally responsive teaching and all of those components and how they sort of tie in. I know that some of our teachers are feeling like they want additional support. I know that parents are feeling like they want those to be discussions that are happening in class. So how do we incorporate that in the midst of all of the other things that we're thinking about and incorporating, which I think lends itself to why our teachers need additional time at the beginning of the year, because there are 1,000 things that are new in addition to core teaching that folks need support with and time to plan. We live in a very different world now, and how are we entering back into all of the social and emotional needs, and as well as reactions to our world and all of the movements that are happening, and COVID and all the health and safety and all of that. So we'd all love to go back right away and have kids in class right away. And, I want to make sure that teachers have the time and support to really feel prepared and ready. And then the last thing I'll just say is, I guess kind of under the bucket of creativity. So just, and I know we talked a little bit about this, there's been some thinking around kind of having groups across the grade level. So, maybe someone's planning for math and someone's planning for ELA, and just, really thinking about the fact that as people are being asked to do more and more, are there ways that we can narrow the scope in other places? David talked a little bit about kind of like the flipped classroom model, and are there ways that everyone's not creating the same video, but via online curriculum, or, things like Khan Academy, like can we utilize some of those resources? And then the support is really that individualized in-person support versus kind of always needing to plan for that lesson that honestly can be given more generally. So just kind of like thinking a little bit creatively about some of these things, which I know the team is already doing, but I guess just kind of re-emphasizing. And one other thought I had around that is, I know I brought up the baseline a couple times, but are there ways that we could work in August to do that? I know we have budget concerns, but are there potentially teachers that might be interested in coming in August and getting paid extra to kind of do some of the F&P? Are there other ways that we could kind of get that ball rolling so that when we start, we don't have to use instructional time that we've already lost so much of? So just, again, kind of thinking creatively there. And then I just had 4 questions that I was hoping we could just include in next week's presentation. I know we're late, and so I'm not going to ask them to be answered now, but I just heard these as things being raised that I also was curious around. PE and music, what does that look like, if anything? Testing, are those requirements? Kind of what will that look like? Considerations for some of our specialized programs, so Montessori language immersion, those are things that came up a couple of times today. And then also inclusion, which I know Trustee Hitchcock brought up, but just any update in terms of what that team is thinking. If there's anything that you guys can bring to next week, that would be great. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. I will try to keep this short but sweet. A lot of things have been said already that are really valid points. I'll just speak to Dr. Moreau's latest health order and public statement, and I will say that if we had asked ourselves like 6 months ago, who is our public health officer, I feel like I'm not alone in thinking that most of us wouldn't have even known that we had one. And so I mentioned that to say that it's many public health officers in the entire state, and even I would say around the country, have not been able to take the pressure of having to become all of a sudden public figures that take criticism, that have to make difficult decisions and then stand by them, that that like are used to doing that, and that's difficult. I recognize that that's difficult, but I will just be honest in saying that I think that by almost at the last minute saying, actually, these things are going to be recommendations. They're not going to be mandates. He actually threw many school districts and school boards and our county like a curveball, and in not staying firm in what his expertise as a medical professional during a pandemic is. And so there is some leeway to do things a little differently in different districts at this point, right? But this plan that our district is putting forth has included a lot of input, a lot of research. It's not going to make everyone happy. But you know what would also not make everyone happy? Going to school full time and having a breeding ground for COVID and then having people die. That would also not make anyone happy. I personally would rather err on the side of caution. We are still, we still have restrictions. We're still seeing cases increase. That's concerning. That's concerning. And I will just say also, as a Latina woman, that in our county specifically, the group with the highest number of COVID cases are Latinos. We have 30% Latinos in this school district, and I'll say this too, because I don't mean to sound negative by saying that. Like Shara mentioned earlier, we are bearing the brunt of a lot of social failures in our society, and part of that is that a lot of the Latino community hasn't been supported enough or empowered enough to know their rights, to have the education and the knowledge and the outreach to be empowered to. And I'm not saying everyone, right? But there's a lot of support and a lot of things that need to be done in a specific way that our county is still trying to figure out, right? And I say that with confidence because I have been on our county calls. Some of our folks in our school board community, specifically some of our elected leaders of color, have had to advocate for for changes to our COVID strategic plan for our county to kind of emphasize equity, to emphasize how things need to be differently. You cannot just expect to put something out online and for everyone to receive it in the same way, just the same way as you can't expect every learner to learn the exact same way. So I want to say that because as an elected official, I feel like it's our responsibility to be clear, to stand firm. And, if we make a mistake, we will make a mistake and we will own that. But these are difficult times, and I have to be honest about what I'm thinking in terms of these concerns. We cannot go back to school full time right now. We can't. And it would be counterproductive, and it would be very harmful to our students, not just to their health, but also to their academic futures, to go back to school full time, then all of a sudden shift back. Like we need to do this right, and it's not going to make everyone happy. As you're listening, right? So you hear that even amongst our public comments, there are very conflicting views. We have some parents that want to go back, that want kids to go back full time. We have teachers that are very concerned about the health and safety of not just themselves, but our students. And we have to find that balance in the middle. And we are not going to buy a $2 million online curriculum that is not rigorous and that does not meet the standards that we want our students to be learning at. So that is not probably something that people want to hear, but we also have a fiscal responsibility. And if we feel like, I'm sure that if we felt like this curriculum was exactly what students needed, that we would be advocating for it. But we can't justify spending a significant amount of public funding on something that is not going to give us the results that we want for our students. So I want to say that. I know that that is something that teachers want. I really like the idea of investing financially into a group of committed teachers that wants to help develop curriculum for the rest of our district. I also want to highlight that in the presentation that David gave, there are plenty of areas where, let me look at it, where it says that we still need clarification from SMETA leadership. SMETA is our teachers union. Our district can't make decisions in a silo and then say, this is what you have to do, no ifs, ands, or buts. No, we work with the union, just like other unions. We have to negotiate things. We have to find alignment. We have to make compromises. And that's not always easy. I know that we have a lot of committed, passionate teachers. I am not going to sit here and pretend that all of our teachers are meeting the expectations of all of our parents. I think when things were normal, that was still the case, right? But now it's become more evident, more obvious to parents, and that's something difficult. But also, we have a commitment to support all of our teachers, and we try to do that, as does SMETA. We also, we have to remember, the key focus is that we need to support all of our students. And what equity means is that we do not give students the exact same thing and expect them all to thrive. That is equality. That is not equity. And that's not something that people would like to hear, right? Even for myself, I am college educated. I have a full-time job. I have stable income. That means that my son has some privileges that other students in our district do not have. My son does not have the same situation as a family that is living with 8 people in a 1-bedroom apartment. Those things are not the same. And as stressful as it is for everyone, imagine having to live in a 1-bedroom apartment with 8 people and still deal with that stress, and then deal with the stress of not being able to pay your rent, and then dealing with the stress of not understanding how to navigate education and how to support your students or your children. Those are realities that people live in. And, the more that we can dig deep and recognize the privileges and our resilience as a community, we have our community is resilient. We as humans are resilient. We have resources, we can adjust, we can transition, and we have been, right? I can tell you, when my son first started distance learning, oh my goodness, it was so frustrating for him and I. It was frustrating for the both of us. I wanted to cry. I did cry at some point, to be honest, probably more than once. But it got easier. It got easier as time went on. Adjustments were made. If you ask me if I feel like my son learned, I feel like he did learn. He did. Things are different now where we are in a pandemic, but our kids are resilient, and the educational gaps that some kids have versus others are not going to be the same. And I know it's not what people want to hear sometimes, like, oh, you have more resources, so we're going to focus on giving other students a little more. Like, that's something difficult people don't want to hear. But this board is committed to equity, and that's what it means. That doesn't mean that we're not going to care about all students. We definitely will, and we definitely do. But what that means is that we're going to focus a little more on this group of students, and then ultimately, and this is backed by data, by statistics, by research, by a lot of scholarly articles, eventually what benefits our neediest group of students will benefit them all. It will. And that includes, right, our special ed students, that includes our newcomers, it includes our students with learning disabilities. And that's not to say that we don't have a lot of work to do. We do. Our board is going to continue to work. Our district is going to continue to work. Our teachers will continue to work. I don't think anyone here wants students to be failed. I don't. I think we all are looking at it from different perspectives, and we are going to get to the best solution altogether. But I do think that it's not going to be easy. It's not going to feel nice all the time. You know, we're hearing just in this meeting conflicting views from teachers, from parents, and that's going to continue to happen. It will. It will. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Whew. Okay. I said that was going to be short, and it wasn't. Yeah, I'm looking forward to next week and seeing what small adjustments will be made. But, you know, I think, you know, parents have valid concerns about teacher expectations. I'm sure teachers have concerns about expectations from students, from families, and our district is at the center of that. You know, we also need to be accountable, and please feel free to hold us accountable and ask questions. That's how we get to the best solutions. Okay, I'm done. Let me just refer back to our agenda so that I'm clear. We are not voting on this. This was for information only. We'll come back next week. Please feel free to come back next week. It will be, I believe, the only item that we'll be discussing. And I do just want to apologize if people felt like I was trying to limit their ability to speak. That's not the case, but as you can see, we're now at 11 p.m. and we're not done. So we still have a lot of things to get through. I'm sure some people will tune out, and that's okay. We respect your time. And we know that it's not easy to be parents and juggle everything. So thank you. And we are now moving on to resolution number 33, 1920, November 3rd, 2020 election.
So thank you. State law requires that each school district deliver to both the county superintendent of schools and the county chief elections officer a resolution that's known as specifications of the election order no later than July 3rd, 2020, in order to call for an election. And as you know, we do have 3 members of our board running in the November election. So we needed to have this resolution. They send us the template. It has to include the date, the purpose, the authority for ordering the election. So I would recommend that the Board of Trustees approve this resolution, and we will send it off to both the county superintendent and county chief elections officer.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Or I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Doing that, there's no question, so I'm just saying motion to approve. We can start discussing.
I'm going to second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Trustee Chen?
I think we just need to ask for public comment in case, but other than that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Public comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand if you would like to make a comment on this item.
Sorry if I threw you off there.
President Corzo, there are no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Yes, on my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Trustee Hitchcock. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me, and the motion carries. Moving on to our item 7.3, resolution number 34, 1920, denouncing racism and supporting equity, well-being, and safety of Black people.
Yes, this was a resolution that I was asked to bring forward, and I would ask if any of the board would like to speak about the resolution and whether you might want to read it before voting on it.
I just wanted to quick comment as I asked for this resolution. I know that we also have another resolution that I believe we still have quite a few people wanting to speak to. Given that we're meeting next week and given I want to just make sure that it's 11 p.m. and that we actually have the time to like really discuss and read and have a meaningful interaction. I'm just wondering if we just want to discuss this one next week instead, if folks have thoughts on that, or I don't know.
Sorry, just my thoughts is that I feel like next week we should really only talk about fall opening, and I'm willing to power through this if you guys are, but if not, then we can reschedule it.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that everyone has if everyone else is in agreement, I just want to make sure. I just don't want to like shortchange it because we're trying to rush through, and I do know that we have another agenda item that we do have a lot of public comment still on. So I'm just being cognizant of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm with whatever.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm with whatever people think is best because we do need to allow it the time it deserves.
Yeah, I would say I think it's better to pull it and maybe start with it next week before the rest of our plan. I think also based on our attendance number right now, we probably would have a bigger audience at the beginning of next week's meeting. But I would like to hear what other people have to say. I agree to wait till next week. Okay, so I do believe we need a motion to
Make a motion to move this agenda item forward to next week.
I second that.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hitchcock. And roll call vote, Trustee Chen?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes for me, and the motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to resolution number 35/1920, supporting ethnic studies in the San Mateo Foster City School District.
Again, this was a resolution that was requested by the board, and I have brought it forward, and you will probably want to discuss this.
Thank you. Okay, so why don't we start with well, I'd like to just speak to this item a little bit before we go into questions because I'm the one that put it on here. So I want to own that and just kind of give like an overview before taking public comment and then moving to our discussion on this item. Let me pull it up really quickly. Just bear with me for a second. So this item is supporting ethnic studies. It is supporting, it's affirming AB, sorry, lots of tabs open here. Where did it go? 1 second. I want to have it in front of me. Yes, so it's supporting AB 2016, California Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Draft. This was a draft that was published last year. It has been stalled to a certain extent, and I kind of would just like for us to read it. Maybe we can read it and then go into public comment, and then actually read it, questions, public comment, then discussion. So I'm happy to start I will read the title and the first whereas, and then maybe we start with Trustee Chin and go in that order. So resolution affirming support of AB 2016, California Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Draft. Whereas there are 92 languages other than English spoken throughout the state of California and has one of the largest and most diverse student populations in the nation, with 77% identified as students of color. And
whereas students from a variety of ethnic and racial backgrounds make up student population of the San Mateo Foster City School District. Should be and.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Probably pulling it up. I'll read it. Whereas in the San Mateo Foster City School District, over 30 languages spoken, 25% of the students are English learners and 77% are students of color. And
whereas the vision of the San Mateo Foster City School District states that the district educates, inspires, and empowers every student in every school every day to live, lead, and learn with integrity and joy. And
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District has a commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity, and has enacted policies and established committees to support all students in our district. And
whereas there is a growing body of academic research that shows the importance of culturally meaningful and relevant curriculum. And
whereas studies show that ethnic studies curriculum helps to narrow the achievement gap and the opportunity gap for students of color, as well as benefits white students. And
whereas ethnic studies benefits students in observable ways, such as students becoming more academically.
Sorry, Rebecca, I think you skipped one.
Sorry. Whereas based on the National Education Association, NEA publication, the academic and social value of ethnic studies, the inclusion of ethnic studies in a curriculum has a positive impact on students of color. And
whereas ethnic studies benefit students in observable ways, such as students becoming more academically engaged, increasing their performance on academic tests, and developing a sense of self-efficacy and personal empowerment.
And whereas ethnic studies enhances equity in the school curriculum. And
whereas California Education Code Section 51204.5 prescribes the inclusion of the legacies of ethnic and cultural groups who have contributed to history, economic, political, and social development of California and the United States, with particular emphasis on portraying the role of these groups in contemporary society. And
whereas CA AB 2016 Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum, parenthetical ESMC, is currently in process at the California Department of Education, parenthetical CDE. And
whereas the current California AB 2016 ESMC draft has vast support from communities of color and intergenerational recognized ethnic studies educators and leaders across California and beyond. And
therefore, be it resolved that the San Mateo Foster City School District affirms support of the California Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Draft. And
be it further resolved that the San Mateo Foster City School District affirms support for Pacific Islander Studies, Arab American Studies, Central American Studies, and West Asian American Studies, and their continued inclusion in the ESMC curriculum.
Be it further resolved that the San Mateo Foster City School District affirms support for the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum, maintaining its framing and language of the discipline, with additional scaffolding as necessary to be inclusive and supportive of multiple users.
Be it further resolved that we support the work of the Save California Ethnic Studies Coalition in bringing together the experts to address any issues. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Let's open it up for clarifying questions and then go to public comments. Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to our public comments.
Okay.
I just had one quick question. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
On the agenda, it says supporting ethnic studies in the San Mateo Foster City School District, and then the resolution is supporting the ethnic studies model curriculum. So I just want to be clear that this resolution is not it's not adopting ethnic studies curriculum for our district. That would be something separate, or just want to make sure that's clear to everybody.
We actually were looking at an adoption of social studies materials next year and had set aside $2 million towards social studies, which would include this work. We are not pushing forward with that at this present time because we don't know if we have the budget. We're kind of in a holding pattern on the actual materials and the actual lessons. So this is a philosophical statement. And I mean, if our budget is solid for next year, then our adoption should go forward. But it is right now separate from this because of the fact we can't commit to a $2 million adoption, which is what books cost these days.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say a model curriculum at the state level is not a mandate to districts to buy a specific curriculum or to absolutely do it in this exact way. That is not the case. It is a curriculum that would be available to districts to pull from as they wish. And so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in again that echoing both what you said, it's not the final adoption of a specific curriculum to be implemented, but it gives us a point and ensures that ethnic studies will become a part of the curriculum. And what's presented is just more of like a framework to be, doesn't necessarily need to be single subject. It can be integrated in every aspect. Thanks.
Somewhat. We have lots of public comment. If we reach 15, I think we're going to reach 15, so I'm going to limit to 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and take public comment, and then I just want to clarify that we will be having a full discussion afterwards. So again, we did some clarifying questions. We're going to do public comment, and then we'll have our full discussion.
Just double checking, President Corzo, that was 2 minutes per public comment? Okay, so our first public comment is Ron Patel, and then afterwards will be Samina Uzman. Ron?
Thank you for your time. I've been in the district for 25 years. My wife has been here for over 40 years. I'm a father of incoming 6th grader and 8th grader at Bowditch Middle School. I'm also the volunteer basketball coach for Bowditch. We are not against the ethnic studies in principle. We are against the proposed curriculum. I think that what Rebecca said, that you're adopting a general, that was initially on today, that it's going to be a general proposal, but it's not. It's very specific, calling for the AB 12. The proposed curriculum is very ideological and biased against Jews and Israelis. Governor Newsom, after we sent 19,000 emails to him in September, in August was the emails, in September he said that the curriculum draft is deeply offensive in so many ways, and he promised to substantially amend it, and it will never see the light of day. The writers are attempting to persuade school districts like ourselves to consider adopting it on a district by district basis. It was rejected by Redwood Shores, Oakland, and other schools. They are pushing, the whole thing is being pushed by a Hillsdale high school teacher named Samia Schumann. She was instrumental in writing the curriculum. She's known for anti-Israel, anti-Semitic rhetoric in the classroom. She constantly demonized Jews and Israel and promoted blood libels in her teachings. The ethnic studies curriculum should educate. I'm a high school, used to be a high school math teacher. It should educate and encourage students to think analytically. This draft that right now we have in front of us provides a one-sided propaganda It fosters divisiveness. It focuses on role models that promotes violence. The particular approach normally is targeted to college students. It's based on victim and oppressor paradigm. The U.S. Senate has passed a bipartisan Combat BDS Act of 2019, and it says that BDS is a hateful weapon to delegitimize the Jewish state. Lastly, any curriculum that you should adopt should be focused on educating, on not on brainwashing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Samina Uzman, and then afterwards it is Moshin Beg. And again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing any names. Samina?
Hello, yes. My name is Samina Usman, and I am the Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations at the Bay Area office. I'm writing to urge the board to support the Ethnic Studies model curriculum and its inclusion of Arab American studies. Hatred stems from fear, and fear stems from lack of education. And there's a lot of misinformation or lack of understanding about Arab Americans, which has likely resulted in the increase of hate incidences and bullying in schools. This is why it's critical to have an Arab American Studies program that is included in the California Ethnic Studies model curriculum. CARE is the nation's largest Muslim civil liberties group whose mission is to enhance the understanding of Islam, promote civil rights, promote justice, and empower American Muslims. And we receive numerous reports from students who have been harassed and bullied because they are Muslim or perceived to be Muslim. Every other year, we survey Muslims from across California and ask about their experiences in middle and high school. And last year, of the 1,500 students we surveyed, we found that 40% of those respondents were bullied for being Muslim, which is double the national statistic. And we found that 29% reported offensive comments from teachers, administrators, and other officials. This is very concerning given that teachers set the environment for the classroom. And while not all Muslims are Arab and not all Arab are Muslims, we truly believe that an Arab American Studies program that is incorporated in the Asian American Studies and the model ethnic studies curriculum would be essential to protecting our students from harassment and bullying. Please support the California model curriculum for San Mateo Foster City School District. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Samina. Okay, Moshin Beg, and then Alina Kaplan will be after. Moshin?
Thank you. It's been a long meeting. I'm very thankful to the board trustees for giving me the opportunity to talk today. I'll make a couple of points. I'll keep it within 2 minutes. Frameworks cannot be token. We have diversity at work in Silicon Valley. It has been academically proven with peer-reviewed papers, for example, from Professor Christine Sleeters from Cal State in 2001, in 2011, endorsed by the National Education Association, that research has conclusively shown that diversity or lack of diversity leads to students disengaging from academic learning. We must be focused on implementing AB 2016. California must lead the nation on ethnic studies. In fact, California Department of Education in 2001 produced in its framework and identified that biases and lack of understanding of ethnic diversity leads to bias and leads to poor engagement of students academically. And Ms. Watkins, I was very encouraged to hear the words that you said about a lot of systems outside the school and education environment which have failed us in terms of equality and justice. Exposure to diversity in a multiracial society cannot be token. We must implement certain things and it should be action. And I thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Moshe. Okay, Alina Kaplan, and then afterwards will be Kathy Reyes. Alina?
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. I urge you to vote no on this very misleading resolution. The recommended motion was actually, that was on the agenda originally, was in support of ethnic studies in general. This resolution, however, was swapped in within less than 48 hours of the meeting in violation of the Brown Act, and it asks you to endorse a highly controversial, deeply flawed draft, therefore subverting the process that's currently underway. This is absolutely not about 2016, which is a good bill. It is absolutely not a philosophical statement. It is not about support for ethnic studies, which is super important. This resolution includes support for a very specific activist group pushing a very specific indoctrinating approach. The process for revision is intended to address the multitude of concerns from the broadest possible swath of Californians. We're talking from the governor to state legislators to over 19,000 individuals to the State Board of Education itself. The next draft is actually going to be available shortly in August and will hopefully address the key issues. Honestly, I have to say, I don't even understand how anyone can endorse a 600-page draft, and that is specifically what you're being asked to endorse, especially when you know of so much controversy around it and around the framework itself, not only specific words, but around the framing of it itself. Education can absolutely uplift the racism conversation we're having in this country. It can raise awareness, bringing reconciliation. It can bridge gaps of understanding with empathy, and ethnic studies can absolutely help students understand racism and make positive changes to society. But this can only happen if the class educates rather than indoctrinates. The class teaches respect and understanding without denigrating anyone. These elements are not there in this model. Please reject this resolution. Do not sidestep the important revision process. Our kids deserve ethnic studies that focus on education and building understanding, not this particular indoctrination model. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. Kathy Reyes, and then afterwards will be Salah. Kathy. Kathy, are you there? You might need to unmute your microphone.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now.
We can hear you now. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kathy Reyes, and I am urging your support of the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. I'm 35 now with a son of my own, but at 13, I was expelled from Bayside Middle School. And today, I'm a public health professional and social justice advocate. And today, I now recognize that my experience is a clear example of what scholars such as Michelle Alexander and Victor Rios' term is pushing out, where young people of color, in particular Black girls and brown youth, have been subject to disproportionate school discipline and set down a path of criminalization. They have written about and pointed to a systemic failure of the school system for youth of color. I also, but I have been pleased to observe that San Mateo Foster City School District has pushed itself to critically reflect on issues of race and equity. And today, the district advocates for equity. I am proud to see the district consider this tonight. The ethnic studies courses offer profound academic and social value to students of all races and ethnicities, particularly for youth of color, as previous callers have said, especially at a time when it matters most. So I urge you to act boldly and vote unanimously to adopt this resolution. For example, specifically right now, it's important because of what communities of color have been fighting for over the last 3 weeks, which is racial justice. And communities across the country have been coming together in solidarity. As Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so I stand in solidarity with the Arab American community and urge you to adopt this resolution.
Thank you, Kathy. Salah, and then after Salah will be Ornette Rose. Salah?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Salah Baki, resident of San Mateo City since 1991. Raised all my kids here, and they're all out of college. I'm urging you to vote for this. In January of this year, Tony Thurmond, state superintendent of schools, in his released ethnic studies model curriculum update, cited the following. Over the course of history, both in our state and nationally, specific ethnic groups have had unjust treatment even from respected institutions of authority. To me, this unjust treatment has many faces, one of which is telling their story, these minorities, their narrative, from the lenses and mindset of another nation, be it East or West. When telling the story of people of the Pacific Islands or Arab Americans, one should expect to read the work of Edward Said or any other writer who lived that experience and can elaborate on the collective consciousness of such people. I'm of the strong belief that the ethnic studies model, which is co-authored by professors, teachers, and people of these regions, is the closest to perfect choice to our students of Arab origins. Our kids crave this knowledge. It's their culture, and they deserve to be proud of it. It can only enrich all of our children in the San Mateo and Foster City School District. For diversity is our strength. After 9/11, our community, and specifically the Arab American community, has suffered a collective form of post-traumatic stress. Our kids, mostly born after that day, are living that transgenerational trauma. Ethnic studies can be a place where they could learn to undo that, where they can learn of their parents' contribution to the development of society in general and self-value. Their parents have the highest percentage of frontline responders, specifically in healthcare system. Their parents have helped create economic miracles of Silicon Valley. They too need to feel proud and thus contribute to their home country. I urge you to vote for 7-4. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ornette Rose, and then afterwards is Sarah Fields. Ornette?
Hi, it's actually Ornette. Thank you for the chance to speak. That's okay. I have 4 kids in our district's public schools at every level, elementary, middle, and high school. And I urge you to reject this resolution that you have proposed. The draft curriculum, I put that in quotes because it's important, mentioned in this resolution is the first draft that the California Department of Education released for public comment and is going to have significant changes because it's lacking in so many regards. This first draft has been by far the most controversial draft document an advisory committee has ever produced for the California Department of Education. Governor Newsom, members of the State Board of Education, and many, many others have not held back sharing their extreme dissatisfaction with this draft curriculum and assured the public that it will be revised. In addition to it generating 19,000 negative public comments, it elicited scathing editorials in California's many respected newspapers up and down the state, including San Diego Union Tribune editorial board penned that ethnic studies curriculum should be about education, not indoctrination. Please, I urge you to reject this resolution in order to, in fact, find equity, have us all represented in a non-political, non-unequal, I don't know how to say it, in an equal way. So our school board should not support a draft curriculum that fuels hatred and discrimination or pushes a narrow political agenda, nor should it choose to sidestep the revision process to ensure a quality curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Sarah Fields, and then afterwards, Wasim Kimichi. Sarah?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Good evening. My name is Sarah Fields. I live in the 19th Avenue Park neighborhood of San Mateo near Sunny Brae Elementary School. I'm a community member and I've lived here for about 4 years. This resolution is ill-timed. AB 2016 was revised through Assembly Bill 114, signed by Governor Newsom, that extended the timeline of the curriculum to March of next year. So procedurally, I don't really understand why this is happening now. There is a revised version of the curriculum that is being worked out right now. That being said, like many of the other public commenters, there were actually over 20,000 comments on the original draft, most of them calling for a revision. Certainly they weren't all right, but a lot of them were. This is a deeply problematic curriculum. Ethnic studies on the face of it and in many classrooms around the country is a really positive, wonderful thing that brings students together, that builds empathy, that's generally positive. All the whereas clauses in that resolution are correct. The problem is the be it resolved. There's a laundry list of problems. If you haven't read this curriculum and you're voting on it, I think that's terrible, and I really urge you all to look at this curriculum, and if you really want to think about this, table this till you can really look at the curriculum. But considering this is a K-8 district, the curriculum is not age appropriate, for one thing. It has several murky, at best, terms in it. Very controversially covers the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement of Israel, which is why, just like myself, there are many Jewish people on this call who are deeply concerned about this particular curriculum. There are also pedagogically inappropriate activities in this curriculum, including asking students to step forward if any women in their family have been sexually harassed. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to either table this until you can fully read the curriculum or vote no and wait for the next draft model curriculum to come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, we have Wasim Kimichi, and then afterwards, Pamela, 18. Wasim?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Wasim, and I went to K-12 school here in San Mateo County in Foster City in San Mateo. And I graduated from UC Berkeley, the English department, a few years ago. So I'm very much passionate and interested in the local education system. And I think that right now is actually the perfect time to implement this ethnic studies curriculum because of the current state of our country and because of the current Black Lives Matter movement. I think that it's really relevant to implement the system. And as a student of color myself and the child of immigrants, I think that I personally and a lot of my friends would have benefited from having this particular curriculum in our system. So I really am enthusiastic about adopting it now, and I thank you for your time. And that's it.
Thank you, Wasim.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Pamela, and then after Pamela is Ezeldine. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but Pamela.
Hi, thank you again for your time. I understand that this is a framework, but urge you to make this a priority. I think that your budget allocations set the priorities. And so when you consider investing in curriculum for these next couple of months for distance learning, you need to consider investing in curriculum that is culturally relevant and also is aligned to this framework that you're speaking to right now. We don't need to invest in more Eurocentric online curriculum. It only perpetuates racial systemic inequalities for students of color. And it's the board's responsibility to provide these different opportunities, which are in the sense ethnic studies, because, I'm tired personally of unteaching my daughter about the Eurocentric curriculum that she gets sent home with. And it's important for her to understand these different biases right now and not wait until college. Most of us in our generation, waited until college to realize, oh, we have other people of color who are other than, you know, these other stereotypes. Like, it's 2020. And I understand my people, like people in Israel right now, and, you know, you're speaking to a particular position, and I get that, but it is a bigger issue, okay? We are talking about undoing systemic racial inequality across, you know, the United States, essentially, but within your parameters. And ethnic studies is one way to combat the issue. So I urge you to really reflect and think about how your vote is going to really set forward the journey in which we are going to continue to either perpetuate these stereotypes or really start to face them forward, because our students are going to have to do it either way. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pamela. All right, Ezeldine, and then afterwards, Kasif. Ezeldine.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Dean, actually, and I'm a father of 3, and I live in San Mateo, raised my kids actually on the San Mateo School District. And I just want to elaborate on a point, which is I struggled, me and my family, from the beginning, which is choosing the name for my kids. And then after that, at school and dealing with the school and bullying at the time at the school, pronunciations, at the same time, their names as well too, which is different, and their color. Yet we have to fight that almost every day between me and my family, and explaining what's going on. Ethnic studies, I think, will help a lot clearing these issues, and that will be actually part of the school education. Help the parents actually exploring their background and their ethnic as well too from the school, which is the kids, when they go and see it in class, they will feel actually really fit in more than just I'm different than anybody else actually in this country or whatever I'm living in, and yet I'm being born here and raised here. I've been forced to go to school and do this. Therefore, actually, ethnic studies is a wonderful thing, and I think open eyes for everybody and from every ethnic actually in this world. Yet, probably tonight I will leave it on your shoulder, ladies and gentlemen, because that will make a huge difference on those kids' mind and how they grow up and how they're mentally. They're going to be growing around all the society, including every neighbor and every student as we do with them in school, which is that will affect them. So hopefully we'll raise the children, be aware of all the colors, all the ethnics, and all the languages as well too, so they can deal with it easily. And therefore, I leave it on your shoulder, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you'll make a wise decision, and hopefully you'll vote yes for the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Kashif, Abdullah, and then afterwards is Sam Hindi. Kashif. Kashif, are you there? I don't see that you're muted, but I think we're having some difficulty hearing you.
They might have to hit *6. Sometimes if you're on the phone, it makes you do it twice.
Okay, Kashif. All right, I'm going to leave his hand raised, and maybe we'll try to come back. All right, Sam Hindi, and then afterwards is Mara. Sam?
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Corzo, Vice President Chin, Trustees Hitchcock, Proctor, and Watkins. Thank you for your commitment to our community and for your service. I'm here today speaking, representing myself. As you know, I'm a council member in Foster City, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the city of Foster City, nor am I speaking on behalf of my colleagues on the council. I'm here with you today to ask for your support of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. I have spoken to each one of you over the years, and I know how important equities in education and our society at large are for all of you. The recent events in our nation highlighted the inequity that still exists. During an event in San Mateo, Trustee Watkins eloquently stated, The system is working as it was designed to work. I could not agree more. Students of colors are marginalized when it comes to learning in schools about their history and contribution to our nation. Today, you have the opportunity to influence the system to be more just, more inclusive, and more equitable. Ethnic study courses have shown to improve test scores of students of color and their white peers, and they help establish a deeper dialogue about race relations, justice, and democracy in a multiracial society. I urge you to approve ethnic studies so our students would explore deeper knowledge and multiple cultural perspectives and contribution of their communities. I was disheartened to learn when my three children attended the San Mateo Foster City schools that ethnic studies were not included in the curriculum. There is nothing more powerful than information and knowledge to bring about understanding between people of different ethnicities. By Statute AB 2016, authorized by the State Board of Education to adopt model curriculum for ethnic studies by March 31, 2020, current controversy to remove Arab American studies from the model curriculum or to continue delay the implementation, as opponents of ethnic studies argue, are unacceptable. I unequivocally condemn Islamophobia, racism, and xenophobia. Moreover, I urge support for the prompt realization of the promise of AB 2016 to redouble the original intent of their curriculum and to uplift equity, inclusiveness, and universally high expectations of education. San Mateo Foster City School District has long advocated for equity. I'm proud to see your district consider this tonight. Ethnic study courses offer profound academic and social values to students of all races and ethnicities. On matters of race and ethnicity, please act boldly and join me in championing educational justice. Please vote unanimously to adopt this resolution. Thank you so much for your time. I apologize for going over.
That's okay. Thank you, Sam. We have Kasif Abdullah, and then afterwards, oh yeah, I'm sorry, Kasif. We're going to try Kasif again. Sorry, this was the one that we had some difficulties. All right, Kasif. I see your microphone coming on and off. So Kasif, why don't you try jumping back into the meeting, and then we'll
do you guys hear me now? Oh, thank God. Oh man, all right. Sorry guys, I don't want to add to your late night. All right, I'm a teacher myself, so but just really quickly, thanks again for having us and being with us so late. My position, just so I don't confuse you later on, I'm 100% in support of the model and adding the Arabic American Studies component and all other ethnicities to the ethnic studies program in general. As a teacher in an Islamic school, I understand firsthand the emotional challenges our kids go through due to either their Arab or Muslim identity, very similar to what we deal with our Latino students during the early days of the Trump administration, also lately our African American students. Students at this age should not be expected to deal with this kind of anxiety or the trauma caused by how Arabs or Muslims are portrayed in the media or by other political parties. You heard the other sister talking earlier about how Arabs and Muslims are bullied at a rate that's twice the national average. As people in power, as parents, as adults, we have the power to change that by voting tonight. So by adding this component, your district can promote a proper understanding and sense of mutual respect amongst all fellow human beings, not just Arabs and non-Arabs, but everybody. And this is what we, as educators, this is what we aim to do. As a veteran, I know people, young men and women in this district, every year will make the choice to serve our country, okay, for protecting our freedom and serving our country. And I respect that. As a veteran, it's important that our students learn about Arabic Americans in general through the model studies curriculum so they can better navigate through a military which tends to have tones of ignorance from experience towards Arabs and Muslims. In fact, my commanding officer in boot camp, he probably would have benefited from this model before he asked me, after looking at my name stenciled on my shirt, that what the F are you doing in the United States military? He would have benefited. As a parent, right, my kids, they will be directly benefited from this program as well. My kids are half Pakistani, they're half Mexican, And on top of that, they're Muslim. So according to Trump, they can't fly. They have to build a wall around their house, and they're not American enough. So by his fellow students, my son is sitting right here. He's 13 years old. Imagine the trauma. Imagine the questions. Imagine how he felt when his fellow baseball player said, "Let's invite some Arabs over so they can drop some bombs on the other team." This is because there's a lack of Arabic component in ethnic studies. I have more to say, but I'm 2 minutes over. As a parent, as a veteran, as a teacher, I urge you to please pass this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kashif. We have Myra and then Kamal Faha. Myra?
I was going to say good morning. It's almost morning, but thank you so much for still being on the call. First, I'd like to thank Superintendent Rosa for sending out a message regarding the death and murder of George Floyd. It was a bold statement during a very, very challenging time in our society. And I would be really disappointed in this board and the responsibility to utilize the current movement and not take action and educate the next generation. I ask that you take a stand once again tonight, early morning, that you embrace and balance the historical perspective of our society right now. Our children are counting on you, and you have that power tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Kamal, and then afterwards, Joy Shumwali, sorry, long night. Kamal. Kamal, can you hear us? If you could unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening, members of the board. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's getting late. I'll make it brief. I've been living in the San Mateo County, Fossil City area for the past 35 years. I have 5 children who went to San Mateo Fossil City School District. And now I have 3 grandchildren that, I want them to at least have the chance to go to school and to be, at least understand their from within the school, not just from their grandma and grandpa. So I ask you to support the ethnic studies model curriculum. It's very important now. It's especially important because it includes, the Arab American side, because for a long time, this has been missing from the history books and school curriculums, for so long. As far, again, I represent Yasin Foundation. I'm the president of a nonprofit organization called Yasin Foundation. We've been serving this community for 20 years. We have over 2,000 families who many reach out and said, okay, we need this curriculum. We need our voice to be heard at schools and have better understanding. Having, culture, interaction and learning about different cultures, it's only plus. Let's get out of that, shield that, okay, this culture, it's gonna cause risk. We are here to stay in this country. I've been here for 45 years now. I'm proud of what we accomplished in this year. We built this state of California. I mean, as an engineer who built bridges, I say, thank God for the opportunity that I have over here. And I feel the reward of what we are doing to make this beautiful country even more beautiful. So just to summarize, by having this culture, learning is always going to have minimize stereotypes at school. It's to enhance understanding of the of different cultures. It helps prevent and overcome ethnic and racial divisions. So I ask you really to support it tonight, and there should not be any fear. We're going to work for the betterment of the whole community over here in the state of California and the world. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Kamal. Joy, and then after Joy will be Jasmine. Joy?
It's Joy Shumwali.
Joy Shumwali. Apologies.
Peter, don't worry about it. I'm very used to it. As an alumna of this district, a former teacher, and a current parent, I want our district to do better than adopt this resolution. While I am completely in support of ethnic studies, inclusive of all of our communities and histories, we must do so responsibly. Your resolution, up to the point that you're adopting this curriculum, is on point, but the ethnic studies model curriculum draft is not up to San Mateo Foster City School District standards. Before you vote on this, I urge you to read it. Just recently, one school district pulled it, realizing they didn't know what was actually included in it, and another board president asked, what did we do after voting to support it? I appreciate you wanting to adopt something that teaches our students, but let's be sure what we teach them is inclusive and unbiased. On a night when you were looking to adopt a resolution that denounces racism and supports equity, well-being, and safety of people of color, you need to take a deep look at this model and decide if it fits in. I do not believe it does. Please reject this resolution and wait to approve one that is inclusive of all and that has support of your community members, educators, and elected officials. Adopt a model your teachers can stand by. Our kids, at a minimum, deserve that from you. Thank you very much for your time, Superintendent Rosas and board.
Thank you, Joy. All right, Jasmine, and then afterwards, Basim. Jasmine?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I'm a former student of San Mateo High School, and I graduated with the class of 2019. This was the first year that the class Ethnic Studies was offered to San Mateo High students. I was excited for the class because I love learning about different cultures and the beautiful ethnic diversity that our community offers. As a Jewish and Israeli person, I was looking forward to learning about Israel and having meaningful discussions about my homeland. However, shortly after starting the class, I could tell that it did not promote the well-being of all minority groups, but rather the specific ones that the curriculum favored. When the teacher split the class up into ethnic groups, I was told to go to the white one, even though I'm Jewish and Israeli, not white. I was told I wasn't allowed to speak about certain subjects because I'm not a minority. I was very uncomfortable when the teacher brought in a Palestinian speaker who spoke about not being able to see her family who lives in Palestine, but did not bring up an Israeli speaker to explain the conflict from their end. I was also very upset to see the maps of Palestine that were inaccurate to the current borders of Israel. The curriculum of ethnic studies is not meant to push a political agenda, but rather to educate about different ethnic groups, and I feel as though the current curriculum does not do that in a factual manner. Sometimes I would speak up, but this teacher would cut me off as I was speaking and tell me that I'm not a minority and that my opinion on the matter was not important. I was uncomfortable to walk into my own class, and I ultimately dropped it completely. This was a very risky move given I was a graduating senior and my college applications could have been affected, but I was more afraid of being targeted again, so I enrolled at another class at the College of San Mateo. Because of these examples, I believe that the ethnic studies curriculum needs to be rewritten to support all minority groups, because right now it hurts more students than it teaches them. I'm talking to you as a student who has experienced this class firsthand, and I do not believe this should be passed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jasmine. Basim, and then afterwards is Dunya. Basim.
Good evening, President, trustees, and superintendent. Just on the eve of Juneteenth, I want to thank the board of passing the previous resolution and hopefully pass this one. If you just Google California Ethnic Studies and look at the coalition that's supporting this, which includes Asian Pacific Islanders for Ethnic Studies, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Association of Ethnic Studies National, Association of Raza Educators from LA, Sacramento, San Diego, Black Lives Matter from all around the state, Black Student Union from San Francisco State University, the California Asian and Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus, the California Democratic Party Chicano Latino Caucus, the California Faculty Association, California Indian History Curriculum Coalition, California Latino School Boards Association, California Latino Legislative Caucus, California Legislative Black Caucus, and I mean the list goes on. There's over 100 groups that are supporting this draft and have worked hard the community has worked hard over the years to come up with this draft, and an inclusive draft that represents so many communities that are vibrant and so important to the state of California. So I hope that you will reject bigotry for those that are fighting to exclude certain communities from ethnic studies and support this on the eve of Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you, Basim. All right, Dunya, and then afterwards Josh and Marilyn. Dunya. I could be pronouncing it incorrectly, but Dunya.
Yes. Oh. Hi. Hello.
There you are. Thank you.
Yes. Can you guys hear me? Correct.
We can.
Okay. Good morning. Actually, yeah, almost morning. Well, good morning. I am an Arab American, and I currently reside in San Mateo City. I was born here, and I attended school in San Mateo City, and all my sisters are. We have 4 generations, from my great grandparents down all the way to me and my sister's kids. We are all proud supporters of 7.4, and we think the board should support this issue. This would help our students understand our culture and the beauty behind it. It's more than what you see on the media. It's important that we enforce this study because as an Arab American, kids that go to school are being called terrorists and always singled out. Our culture has not been taught enough, and there is nothing wrong with teaching history of Palestine, and I think it is very much appropriate. I once came home with the phone. It said Israel, not Palestine. That is my home, and I'm a proud Palestinian. And my culture is more than just bombs and what everybody sees on the media. And I think it's a beautiful culture to be taught in, and students will be amazed about what they hear about Palestine. And that is exactly what I have to say for them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Josh and Marilyn Kaplan, and then Irene Moff after that. Josh, Marilyn. Josh?
It looks like you may have brought Irene in.
Oh, did I?
Instead of Josh.
My apologies.
And Marilyn.
Josh and Marilyn, are you there?
Yes, and I think it was my fault. Sorry about that. Hopefully I was hoping that I might be the last one so we could wrap this up because it's been a long night for you guys. I just wanted to say that I support multi-ethnic studies as a necessity, not just important. It is necessary. But I do not support the curriculum as it is. And it's apparent that there's a significant degree of controversy regarding the content of the curriculum. And for reasons that have been so eloquently and clearly stated earlier by other people, I'll just echo those, and I just ask that we please wait until the revisions to the curriculum are completed before we vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Or thank you, Marilyn. Irene, now I'm bringing you in. And then afterwards will be Rabbi. Irene?
Hi, actually, this is Stephen, Irene's husband, but I'm logged in on her computer, so that's the name that came up. My apologies about that. We have 2 children in the San Mateo Foster City School District, and I encourage you to reject Resolution 35/19-20. A similar resolution was tabled by the Belmont, Redwood Shores, Vallejo, New Haven, and Berkeley Unified School Boards recently. Some of those school boards tabled it outright. Others explained why. For instance, on May 6th in Vallejo, Trustee Christy Gardner said it is premature to approve the resolutions until the total complete document is finished. I feel very uncomfortable approving a draft. Until we see the final document, I don't want to put my name on anything, end quote. President John Fox said, quote, I need to see those revisions. Until I see those revisions in the draft, I'm uncomfortable with going forward. I think all of us agree that ethnic studies is imperative for all of our students to have. So until there's updates or the revisions are made public, I feel uncomfortable, end quote. In a 5-0 vote, those trustees tabled it, quote, until we get further information on this so it is no longer a draft, end quote. There are numerous examples of high school ethnic studies curricula in California that are positive models that build understanding and education. These classes also focus on communities of color. What they do not do is deliver a divisive, indoctrinating curriculum, as this does. I urge you to not circumvent the important revision process and reject this resolution. We need an ethnic studies curriculum that we can be proud of. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, we have Rabi and then Marcella after that. Again, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Rabi?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Good morning, Superintendent Rosas, President Corzo, Vice President Chin, Ms. Watkins, Ms. Proctor, and Ms. Hitchcock. My name is Rabbi Corey Helfand. I'm the Senior Rabbi and Spiritual Leader of Peninsula Sinai Congregation in Foster City, where virtually all of my congregants' students go to schools in the San Mateo Foster City School District. I want to speak to you tonight because I stand with all of you in unequivocally condemning hatred, bigotry, Islamophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, all forms of hatred. And I also want to let you know that I unwaveringly agree that we need to teach ethnic studies, that we need to stand up and educate our students in a responsible and thoughtful way. The challenge before us tonight is not about teaching ethnic studies. I agree that we need to do so. The challenge before us is about making sure that the curriculum that we pass, that the model that is before us is accurate and reflects what it is that we need to teach our students. At this point, the ethnic studies model curriculum draft falls incredibly short. And rather than achieving the goals that we all hope for, it will perpetuate further divisiveness and further hatred because we will not be educating our students in a thoughtful manner. What I'm asking you to do tonight is to not reject ethnic studies as a goal and an aspiration, but rather to reject the resolution 35/19/20 in its current form, to spend some more time digging deeper and looking at other models and finding ways that we can pass something that is accurate, where we can be proud that we got it right, that we took the extra time, just like we ask our students to do, to think thoughtfully about what it is that they say and how it is that they ask questions, and to make sure that they model for us what it is that we hope they will see in our modeling our leadership tonight. I agree 100% that we need to pass a responsible and thoughtful and inclusive draft. What is before us tonight is a desire to be a bit more patient, to be a bit more clear in our desires and making sure that the voices of all peoples are heard. So tonight, reject resolution 35/19/20, and let's work harder to review and pass something that we can all be proud of and that our youth can be proud of in the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Marcella and then afterwards Omar. Marcella?
Hello again. As a parent of two children in San Mateo Foster City in elementary and headed into middle school, I'd like to ask you to consider that as you discuss the ethnic studies resolution, harken back to Trustee Watkins' speech at the protest and then again at the last board meeting. In that I value the intent behind ethnic studies, but I'd also like you to be considering and attending to the current way that we provide education in history, art, science, math, and other subjects. I feel like we continue to provide a whitewashed education. I hope that you will consider a curriculum as a whole that acknowledges the origins of our inventions, of our art, of our numeric systems, of all of those aspects. Because when we do that, that provides liberation education. That provides that education that feels more inclusive and is the right that all of our children have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Omar, and then afterwards Maya. Omar.
Yes, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I am a resident of Foster City for 26 years. And my kids went through the system, for school system here. And I had to endure the displeasure of the backlash of 9/11 through my kids. I'm an Arab Muslim American. And I felt so badly that there was so much backlash against my community that I couldn't really help my kids. I like the motto of the school district, which is live, lead, and learn. I would have certainly added the word love to it, because schools are not only institutions to educate the future leaders in science and technology, but schools have the higher goal, the higher moral goal, which is to instill in our future leaders good character, those leaders that will bring people together and break all kinds of cliché, stereotypes, misunderstanding, hatred, violence, aggression, exploitation, and racism, which we see till today. An education system that does not help bring people together is a failed system. Remember that we are becoming a global village, and we are all bound to live together in harmony. We need to know more about each other. We need to love each other. We need to respect each other. And I think the tool that we have now through this resolution would really help understand and love, increase love between people. Please vote in favor of the resolution, and it is a responsible resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Okay, and then we have Maya.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I know it's a long night and it's really late. Actually, it's morning now. My name is Maya. I grew up in Foster City. My kids right now are in San Mateo schools. I support the inclusion of the Arab American Studies as part of the ethnic studies curriculum in California. Arabs and Pacific Islanders are particularly marginalized communities that are not well representative in current course offerings. So I urge you to please approve this resolution. Recognizing the Arab experience, history, and culture as part of the broader ethnic studies curriculum is a great advancement towards social justice, which is a pillar of ethnic studies. Thank you so much, and I hope you approve this.
Thank you. President Corzo, we have no other additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. We are now closing public comment on this item. And I know we usually go in a certain order, but I'm going to take the liberty of speaking first on this specific item, and we can popcorn afterwards. I just want to start by sharing what ethnic studies means to me personally. And actually, before I go into that, I'm just going to share my story of what it was like growing up in this district as a Guatemalan American child, girl. And, you know, I don't have like any specific examples, but I will just say that it was very early on that I realized the differences between my own life and the life of some of my peers in school. Right? I remember going to a girl's house that lived in the neighborhood of Park School up in the hills, and seeing that she had a pool, that she had a tennis court at her house, that there were these huge differences between the way that we lived, the way that we looked, the resources that we had. It took me my entire life to unlearn those things. I hated my name because no one could pronounce it properly. It wasn't until college that I even somewhat learned about how all of these things that I didn't know had names and were part of my lived experience, that they were real, that they were part of a system that kept those things in place, that upheld those things. That didn't want me to know my culture, that didn't want me to love who I was, and that targeted Black and brown people, as I saw growing up in my neighborhood, as I saw in terms of the disparities in my classrooms, you know, that I saw from my very own teachers sometimes. And that's not to say that I didn't have amazing teachers, right? But it was clear that success had to look the same way that it was packaged for white affluent people. And so I had to change myself to be that idea of success. To this day, I still have unlearning to do. I think ethnic studies is an opportunity for understanding for children about their own experiences, but also for other people, because there is a lot of ignorance that doesn't just stem from that stems from racism, that stems from judgment of people that are working class, all of these different things. Ethnic studies to me is about focusing on people of color, just as equity is about focusing on the students that have the most needs, just as the Black Lives Matters movement is about focusing on Black lives. And the controversy that I'm sure that we've all been reading in our emails, that we've heard in this public comment section, is about something else. And we do have a responsibility to make very informed decisions. And if we go back to the wording of the resolution before us, and I will read that piece. The third, be it further resolved, says the San Mateo Foster City School District affirms support for the ethnic studies model curriculum, maintaining its framing and language of the discipline with additional scaffolding as necessary to be inclusive and supportive of multiple users. That clause is there to ensure that first of all, this is a value statement. This resolution is a value statement. The process that's happening at the state level is going to continue. I will say that part of what has been pushed for in terms of additional drafts and edits is the exclusion of Pacific Islander studies, Arab American studies, Central American studies, and West Asian American studies. And that is part of what's that's part of what's at stake. And that is what's explicitly in our resolution. And a lot of the concerns, from my understanding from our Jewish community, have been addressed and will continue to be addressed. And as you can tell by the level of advocacy and passion and attention to this, that's going to continue. At the state level, it's definitely going to continue. But just like anything else in our society that involves resources, that involves not just value statements, but actual choices, people that have more wealth, more education, more access to resources are going to be able to better advocate for themselves. And that is part of why I support this. That's a big part of why I support this resolution, because we are advocating just like we do when we look at equity issues for the people that are not at the table, for the people that don't have the voices in the room. And so that is the spirit of this resolution, in my perspective. And I will just also add that I'm not turning a blind eye to the concerns that are being raised by our Jewish community. I have felt conflicted about this resolution and my stance, etc. But I have to be really honest there, and I'm gonna just say this, just like I usually, I just say everything that I feel, to be honest. Part of me is resenting the fact that we are not celebrating ethnic studies. We are not celebrating the step that we're taking in this direction, because it has become about something else, right? And it's become about a political issue that I have seen myself at the Democratic Convention when, there was a piece of a resolution that folks wanted to support in the platform for the California Democratic Party, and it became a Jewish, an Israeli versus Palestine issue, and I feel like that's part of what we're seeing now, and that's not what all of ethnic studies is about. But that issue has slowed down the process of ethnic studies at the statewide level, and I also just want to read this piece from an op-ed from Rabbi Dev Noily, who is a local rabbi, and I feel like it really helped clear up for me. It helped me clear up my hesitance and that uncomfortable feeling I had about this. So I'll just read it. It's a little bit lengthy, but please bear with me. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, so it's part of it. In 1987, the California Department of Education published a model curriculum for human rights and genocide that deals extensively with anti-Semitism and the Holocaust. This curriculum continues to stand alongside the proposed ethnic studies model curriculum draft. As Jews, we often feel like we are part of a vulnerable minority because of our histories of trauma. I'm not going to say this right. The virulence of anti-Semitism in mostly European history, and more recently by the increasing targeting of Jews by white nationalists in the United States. But it's essential that white Jews in the US also embrace the truth of how our whiteness joins us to the dominant culture and its privileges in critical ways. White Jews hold the complex identities of being both part of the dominant culture and outside of it, experiencing race-based and often class-based privilege, while at the same time feeling vulnerable as a religious cultural minority. Most Jewish community objections to the ESMC draft that have been raised focus on a few sample, not mandatory, lesson plans that address the human rights abuses against Palestinians living under occupation of the State of Israel, and which comprise far less than 1% of the entire curriculum. No one can deny that these human rights abuses have occurred and continue to occur, that they are systemic in nature, and that Palestinians living under Israeli occupation face daily injustices. Palestinians who have sought refuge in the US, along with their relatives and descendants who live here, are all entitled to tell their stories through their own eyes and in their own voices. Acknowledging this injustice doesn't erase Jewish history or anti-Jewish oppression or our real concerns about Jewish safety in the world with rising anti-Semitism. Suffering isn't a zero-sum game. Our Jewish path to healing and to safety has to be a path of compassion for and listening to other stories, in addition to sharing our own stories and being heard. I'll end there, but I just want to state again that I do urge that I do request that our board support this specific draft, and giving the floor to whoever wants to speak next.
I'll go since we're popcorning it. First, thanks, Noelia, for expressing your experience with what it means to you. And I think we can all agree on the benefits about learning about all cultures. Adopting this resolution ensures that ethnic studies will be a guaranteed curriculum. The model curriculum is written as a guide to allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in our communities. This is a model curriculum to be used as a guidance and to provide support for teachers and administrators in developing courses and instructional content. Our youth needs to learn about history, the correct history. Curriculum needs to include facts from each representative group. Ethnic studies curriculum, I agree with what others have said in regards to ethnic studies curriculum should be to educate. And when children are exposed to all perspectives of groups and a discussion is taking place, that's where the real learning actually happens, in a safe space, the classroom, with a teacher to facilitate open discussions, to ignite their critical thinking skills and understand various points of view. that is where the powerful climate of where positive changes will start. And so I am in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Like anyone, sorry. Hi, sorry, late at night, you get some big spiders that come out. And so I just deal with one in my wife's office here. I digress. This has been really tough, a tough item. Firstly, I'd like to sort of acknowledge that I have read all the emails that everyone has sent in. I want to thank the public for providing their comments on a topic that has seemed to sort of galvanize our community in different ways. I think both sides have some very moving arguments for and against the passage of this resolution. It's really difficult. I know we have a very strong Jewish community here in San Mateo Foster City School District, as well as a very large Arab American community. So it's a really sort of tough thing to think about here. And I never thought that anything that we would do as board members would ever start talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that happened. But with that being said, sorry, I'm getting to my point here. I was thinking about, as I was reading through everything, about different people's point of views. And my daughter, who just finished second grade, in distance learning, she came back, she was having a problem with this point of view assignment. So it's actually in our benchmark curriculum, and something that she was working on, and she had trouble with this one. And so I had to help her along with it. And I'm actually gonna read it. It's very short. But it was a story, and the story is The Lion and the Man. Once upon a time, there was a lion and a man arguing about who was the mightiest. Man suggested they travel to a city where an answer might be found. Lion agreed, and they traveled to the city center where they saw a statue. The statue showed a mighty warrior standing over the slain body of a lion. "This is proof," man said. Lion laughed. "That statue was made by a man. It would have been quite a different scene if a lion had made it. Truth often belongs to the one telling the story." And I know that there's a lot of things I think you can read in and out of this, and a lot of takeaways. But as I related to this situation, my image of this and ethnic studies as a whole is that it's not just a man standing over a lion's sort of body in triumph. And really what we're trying to do is put the lion on the pedestal and the man on the pedestal at the same time, in terms of equal sort of footing, equally telling the story. And so when I thought about this, and I thought about how I was teaching my daughter about this, and this was a few months ago, but I brought it up today and she was able to find it on her Chromebook. It really sort of resonated with me in this particular situation. And after hearing everybody's comments and, understanding where people were coming from, along with my own history as well, what sort of really put me over the top was the fact that we do have that qualifying language in the resolution that Trustee Corzo did state, and it is the second or the third whereas, basically stating, I'll restate it, with the additional scaffolding as necessary to be inclusive and supportive of multiple users. And so I understand that, the current draft may be flawed and may not be completely inclusive, but the resolution we're passing basically, or if we pass it, is basically saying that it can be revised to be more inclusive and supportive of multiple users. And for that reason, I plan to vote in support of passing this resolution. Thank you.
Is it okay if I go, or Shara, do you want to go? Okay. So I want to just start by saying that I 100% support having ethnic studies in our schools. I think it's important for students to learn about different racial and ethnic groups in our state, while also learning to respect each other. With a diverse student body, our students deserve to learn about racial minorities and experience of marginalized communities in the context of California's history. I took a couple ethnic studies courses in college, and until then, I didn't even know it was a thing. So I think that we have an opportunity to really provide our students with a more inclusive education that will prepare them to succeed in a diverse world. So, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm like 100% in support of this. I just am getting, and I encourage everybody to chime in and help me get there, but I get hung up on this resolution, just the first, therefore be it resolved, where it says that we affirm support of the curriculum draft, and Trustee Corzo, I appreciate you pointing out a couple bullet points down, but in my mind, I think, well, if it's being reworked, and it's going to be reworked in a couple months from now, like I struggle with, should we just wait to see what that looks like and see if we agree with it at that point? So I'm just struggling with this point, and I haven't made up any decision, yes or no. I feel really strongly that we do need to move forward, and I would 100% support implementing ethnic studies in our district, and even putting some financial commitment behind that. But for some reason, I just keep coming back to that one phrase and just getting hung up, because I think that there were concerns that were brought up from the original draft and it's being reworked, and I don't know. So I welcome any discussion on that, but that's kind of where I am, and still open-minded.
So I have a lot of thoughts. I've also been conflicted for a variety of reasons. I mean, I think everyone's well aware that I am firmly in favor of supporting and uplifting and ensuring that the voices of our students, particularly our Black and Brown students, those are missing perspectives and missing voices in every area of our system, definitely in our curriculum. And I also acknowledge that, you know, there's been a lot of controversy. And I think the conflicts for me, you know, there's a divide in our controversy with Black and Brown voices and non-Black and Brown voices. And that's something I think that needs to be acknowledged. I think something else that's important for me to point out is there's discussion around maybe indoctrination is the word that's being used, or kind of, let's not be confused that we are doing that now. Kids are being indoctrinated, and it's just in a different way, right? Like, we are very clearly, and have been for hundreds of years, telling kids exactly what they should believe. And it is not their history. It is not the history of people that look like me, that look like Trustee Corzo, that look like a lot of other people that have spoken. So that's just something else I think that's really important for us to acknowledge, right? We're not now starting to put a particular message or perspective in place. We've been doing that. And I know a lot of people pointed out, you know, generally the systems, my comments on systems, that is true, right? And so I think this is one example of an attempt to move a system that is hard. and that will always get pushback. I'm conflicted because, you know, there were a lot of people that denounced it. It is going back to the drawing board. We will have something new in August. I would like to read the entire thing that's drafted in August. That is all very true. I don't know. Actually, I would bet that when it comes back in August, there will be a whole other set of reasons why this isn't something we should do. Again, because I think that we're moving a system to focus on a group of marginalized groups, not a group, multiple groups of marginalized and oppressed people, and that's hard for people to, that's hard. And I think these are the kinds of things that we see when we move and push systems in really big ways. But I do acknowledge that there are revisions forthcoming. I think the specific line you pulled out, Trustee Proctor, you know, I think that there are sub points to Trustee Corzo's comments around the additional scaffolding, the last line around bringing together experts to address any issues. I think that addresses kind of some of it. I could see one possibility if folks are getting hung up on that line. I don't necessarily have, I could think for a moment about a language suggestion, but something around, if we were to modify that one line around supporting ethnic studies model curriculum, current and future drafts, or I don't know, you know, if there's some way to say we support the work that is happening on this. We are going to support the continued work on ethnic studies. This is going to be an iterative process. It is never going to be perfect. No one is going to feel like their voices have enough space ever. And some of that is losing voice and losing space, which, you know, as we've continuously talked about, sometimes can feel what you've been, there's a quote that now I'm blanking, maybe because it's 12:30 in the morning, but around sometimes when you have privilege taken away, you feel like it's a right. And, you know, I think that we'll see that regardless as we move forward with this curriculum, as there are voices that are uplifted and other voices aren't taking the front seat in the same way. That is going to feel hard. So I guess that those are some of the things that are weighing on my mind and that I'm thinking about. But I can't say no to a curriculum that's supporting uplifting the voices of people that have never had a voice in our curriculum. That's just not something in good conscience I can do. And I also will say that, you know, the comments that we've received via emails, I mean, we've all read, you know, all of everything that's happening with regards to this. We're all well versed in the controversy around this. And I don't think anyone, and everyone's commented around this, I don't think anyone is turning a blind eye to the fact that exists, and that there are elements of that need to be addressed. I guess the other thing I'll just point out is one thing that, you know, we've heard from two very distinct groups. That is where the outreach has been. And that is not this entire curriculum. And so just because, as in any situation, when we're hearing from particular people, that does not represent all perspectives. And so I think that's something important for us to hold as well, right? There are lots of other voices in this community, in this curriculum, and perspectives and ideas and concepts and changes that you know, we're not hearing necessarily from all of those individuals and groups. So yeah.
Am I hearing a suggestion that you would like some changed language?
I would like to put a motion on the floor. So I move that we support the resolution before us as written. Do I have a second?
This is Rebecca. I will second.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
I'm gonna vote yes because I see this as a bigger picture than what I'm focused in on. But I do support the progress that's being made here, and so I will vote yes on this resolution.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for providing public comment. And let me just also say that we will be addressing in July how we are going to meaningfully move forward ethnic studies in our school district. So this is not the end of it. There will be more opportunities for discussion, for public comment, and for us to think more deeply about how this is going to impact our school district specifically. Let me pull up our agenda once more.
Trustee Corzo, maybe I'll save my, sorry. I was just gonna ask a question, but I'll save it for the end. I'll save it for the end. Like
okay.
The end of the meeting.
So, yeah, sure. I just want to do a time check. It's 12:40 in the morning. We do have other things on our agenda. We also have a meeting next week. How are folks feeling? Are we going to power through this?
I'll just say I feel the same way about the next presentation as I do about pulling the resolution. I don't think at 12:40, I mean, I'm conflicted because we pulled it last week and we need to get to it. It's important. I don't think that it's 12:40 in the morning. I don't know that like now is the time to really dig into this issue and give it justice. So I would recommend moving the special education update. I don't know what the timeline is on the budget adoption. That might be one that we need to keep. I see Joan shaking her head. So I would move that we postpone the special education update and non-public school placements to next week, and then keep everything else on the agenda as presented.
I'll second that if that's an option. Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins and Trustee Chin. Let's do a roll call vote on this.
Okay. Sorry, can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry, Trustee Watkins, did you recommend that we push it to the next item, which is, I mean, the next week, which is the 25th?
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that. I'm just sensitive to some of the public comment to the people that voiced their concerns about the fall opening. I would request that we really sort of maybe do the fall opening first because you know, it's what we're dealing with.
Agreed.
We're dealing with all of it, but I vote yes if we're doing a roll call vote now.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins. And yes for me as well. Okay, moving on to 2020-2021 budget adoption final.
Morning, everybody. Thanks for your time.
We spent time going through your workshop, and we're still waiting to see what the governor does. So I expect there's going to be an August revise, but you've seen the information, the format we presented to you tonight already. This is a pretty straightforward one for you tonight. So we recommend approval of the budget.
Thank you, Patrick.
I'll make a motion. Oh, is it time or no? Oh, okay. Motion to approve the budget.
I'll second.
Okay.
Roll call vote.
Do you want to just
go
ask
ahead.
if it is a voting item? I'm sorry. Do you want to just ask the question if there's public comment? Sorry.
That's fine. No, that's kind of why I was hesitating. Yeah, I mean, the budget is really important, and yeah, let's see if we have any public comment on this. And then I just wanted to add one thing to discussion. I saw a hand and then it disappeared. There it is.
There it is. All right. And it disappeared again. Again, at this time, if anybody would like to have any comments and address the board on the budget adoption, please do so by clicking raise your hand. President Corzo, I do not believe we have any public comment.
Thank you. Discussion, really quick, Trustee Chin, discussion. Trustee Hitchcock, Trustee Proctor, Trustee Watkins. Okay, I will just say that we did have a budget study session last week. We are going to approve the budget as is, but we will be, possibly, we will be looking at the issue of our SROs in July, and we can make changes at that point. So just like in any case, we can make a different choice on our budget, but we do need to approve this as is. So we had a motion on the floor. Let's do our roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Aye.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me, the motion carries.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And moving on to board member statements and requests for future agenda items.
I just want to thank the staff and everyone still with us. I know we've had a long meeting, and this kind of goes back to when I first joined the board. We were going to 1 in the morning and stuff like that, and those are some good times then. And we actually started later, but yeah, I want to thank everybody's hard work. I know it's not been easy, and in some ways tonight's meeting we sort of added a whole bunch of other things on everyone's plates. So I just want to thank everybody, and congratulations for getting through the school year yesterday. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hitchcock?
No, just thank you to everyone.
Trustee Proctor?
I just wanted to congratulate everyone on completing the school year. I don't know if there's any faculty and staff still on the line, but thank you to everyone for their hard work and helping us get through this challenging time. And then in terms of just future items, I was just curious where we go from here with the ethnic studies and how we can make an impact in our district and start the discussions on where do we go from here and how do we support that. So I don't know what that looks like, but.
Thank you. Trustee Watkins?
Happy summer, sort of. Now more planning begins. Thank you guys for, to all of our teachers and staff and district staff for all of your work, and for all of the work that will continue and needs to continue to happen as we prepare for summer and as we prepare for fall. I will just request, sorry, I meant to say this during the earlier my earlier comments on the distance learning, if we could add an update next week to the distance learning around just where we are at with summer school, just so we can have an overview. I'd love to know just how many people are registered, what, you know, where we kind of are with that. I know we've gotten those updates in the past, so that would be great. Otherwise, I know we have 1,000 things on our agendas moving forward. So onward.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for hanging in there. We still have 60 attendees. This has been a long meeting, a lot of complex things we've been dealing with. We need everyone to stay tuned in, to voice their opinion. Yeah, thank you to everyone. Thanks to our staff for hanging in there this whole time too. When we first started, we used to have meetings like this all the time for months. It was exhausting, but we had a lot of questions. Yeah, we will definitely discuss ethnic studies more thoroughly. Yeah, stay tuned in. There's a lot of things happening right now in our community, and we have to keep pushing forward. And I will just say that as we continue to advocate for equity, and not just advocate, but make changes to improve equity, we will continue to have controversy. That's a given. So thank you everyone for everything that you do for all our kids. And with that, future meeting dates.
Sorry, there's a list of the future meeting dates there, takes us into August, so you can add those to your calendar.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And moving on to adjournment, do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Rebecca. I make a motion to adjourn. I'll second.
Okay, I heard a motion from Rebecca. Who was the second?
Rebecca seconded after I motioned, but we can flip it. That's fine.
Oh, no, that's fine. I confused the voices. So Trustee Watkins with the motion, Trustee Hitchcock with the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Proctor? Yes. Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes for me as well. We are adjourning at 12:50.
Good night.
Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Good morning.
Good morning.
The sun will be up in 4 hours.